noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We're live on KCLV, Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Moody?
Here.
Vice Chair Schlotman?
Present.
Commissioner Quinn?
Here.
Commissioner Flangus?
Here.
Commissioner Trowbridge? Here. Commissioner Creer? Here. Commissioner Cherry?
Here.
We do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct, and we appreciate it if you would adhere to those tonight. It will help us have a smooth meeting, and I thank you in advance for that. Moving on to number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of any time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. And with tonight's agenda, that will be the case. All comments made under this item for specific items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Thank you. We'll move on to item 5. This is for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meetings of both August 11, 2015 and September 8, 2015. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the Planning Commission minutes from the August 11, 2015 and September 8, 2015 Planning Commission hearings.
Thank you very much. Please vote. Opposed? That motion carries. Item number 6, this is housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action?
Mr. Chairman, bear with me, I've got a couple to read in. Item number 23, SDR 61069, has been requested to be held in abeyance to the November 3rd Planning Commission meeting. Item number 29 and 30, SUP 60378 and SDR 60379, is also requested to be held to the November 3rd, 2015 Planning Commission. Items 46, 47, and 48, GPA 61258, ZON 61259, and SDR 61267 have requested to be held in abeyance to the November 3rd, 2015 Planning Commission meeting, as well as item 62, ZON 61035, has requested to be held to the November 3rd Planning Commission meeting. Item number 8, SUP 61097, the applicant has requested that this item be held to the December 8th, 2015 Planning Commission meeting, as well as items 25, 26, and 27, GPA 59270, ZON 59271, and SDR 59272 has requested to be held in abeyance to the December 8th, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. And item number 28, VAR 59252, the applicant has requested this item to be tabled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public, staff, or staff that would like to pull, I'm sorry, are there any members of the public that would like to be heard on any of these items first? Seeing none, Commissioner Schlotman, your motion on these housekeeping items.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to hold items 23, 29, 30, 46, 47, 48, and 62 in advance till the November 3rd Planning Commission hearing, and items number 8, 25, 26, and 27 to be held in advance till the December 8th Planning Commission hearing, and to table item number 28.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. That motion carries. We are now to the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be open at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Beginning with item 7, ZON 61098. The applicant is Todd Kessler, and the owner is 100 10th Street LLC. For possible action on a request for rezoning from C1, limited commercial, to C2, general commercial, at 100 South 10th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 9 and 10 are related. Item 9 is SUP 61048. The applicant owner is Big Block Partners, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a mixed-use development at the northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and 3rd Street. C2, general commercial zone in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 10, SDR 61050, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 4-story mixed-use development, including 1,750 square feet of commercial space and 60 multifamily residential units, with a waiver of downtown Centennial Plan architectural design requirements in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Items 11 and 12 are related. Item 11 is SUP 61078. The applicant owner is Centennial Hill MOB Owners, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 54,420 square foot convalescent care facility in an approved medical office commercial development at the northwest corner of Durango Drive and Grand Montecito Parkway in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 12 is SDR 61079 for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review for a proposed 40-bed convalescent care facility / nursing home in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Items 13 and 14 are related. Item 13 is SUP 61367. The applicant owner is Southern Nevada Sightless Incorporated for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow 92 parking spaces where 149 spaces are required for existing warehouse, office, and banquet facility uses. A blind center at 997 North Bruce Street and 1600 Gregson Avenue in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 14 is SDR 60891 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 26,536 square foot warehouse, office, and banquet facility with a waiver to allow a 10-foot landscape buffer on a portion of the north and east perimeters where 15 feet is the minimum required in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 15 is SUP 60879. The applicant owner is David Leadham et al. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 677 square foot accessory structure, Class 1, casita use at 10216 Four View Street in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 16 is SUP 60945. The applicant is Jimic Products, Inc., and the owner is Strata Vegas LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit to allow a 5,850 square foot secondhand dealer at 2411 East Bonanza Road in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 17, SUP 60960. The applicant is Eclectic Services, Inc., and the owner is DMD Living Trust. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed bail bond service at 123 North 9th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 18, SUP 60975. The applicant is George LBY2, Inc., and the owner is Bershon LV2 LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler on-sale establishment within a proposed 1,435 square foot restaurant at 2600 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 115 in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 19, SUP 60990. The applicant is Lee Dow. The owner is Gary Underhill and Grant Investments, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 21,890 square foot tavern limited establishment use with 2,343 square feet of outdoor seating area at 1711 South Main Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 20, SUP 61036. The applicant is Save-A-Lot. The owner is Nevada Heritage Invest, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler off-sale establishment within a proposed 16,619 square foot general retail store at 6100 Vegas Drive in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 21, SUP 61053. The applicant is bailbonds.com, Incorporated. The owner is Bonneville Center, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed bail bond service at 612 South 3rd Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 22, SUP 61054. The applicant is Cafe Leon. The owner is Great Wash Park, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,381 square foot restaurant with service bar with a 2,575 square foot outdoor seating area with a waiver to allow a 141 foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required at 400 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite number 165 in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Finally, item 24, VAC 60834. The applicant is Larick Properties Incorporated. The owner is KR Land Company, LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate portions of U.S. government patent easements generally located south and east of the southeast corner of Deer Springs Way and Hualapai Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff.
Mr. Chairman, staff would like to pull items number 9 and 10, SUP 61048 and SDR 61050 for a condition clarification.
Do we need to pull those, or can we just have the applicant address those questions now?
I can read the condition as submitted to the clerk, and if they agree to it, I don't see why it couldn't be done on the one motion, one vote.
Okay, let's first address those questions. Will the applicant owner on items 9 and 10 please come up? So I guess staff just has some clarifications on one or more conditions.
All right, through you, Mr. Chairman. Condition number 4 on the site development review, SDR 61050, as submitted to the clerk, should read as follows. Prior to the submittal for building permit review, the ground floor plan shall be revised to provide handicap accessible parking spaces to Title 19.18.030 standards, including at least one van accessible space. Thank you.
Did you hear all that?
Yes.
And do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, please, I do need your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gerald Shirley, Omni Architecture, 2520 St. Rose Parkway.
Okay, and you heard the revised condition and agreed to that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll open the other items for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on any of the items that were read? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd
sir.
like to pull item 17 if possible. I see a lot of protests that have come after the fact, and I'd like to get a little clarity on it.
We will pull item 17 forward.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Kearns.
I'd like to pull agenda item number 20. I just have a comment to make on that.
I said Kearns, I meant Career.
That's all good. I know you love me.
Which items?
Number 20, I just have a comment I'd like to make on it.
Well, you can make the comment without it being pulled forward.
Okay. Can I make that comment now, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Thank you. I just, anytime that we're approving a beer, wine cooler, locker, or off-sale establishment, I just want to make sure that, I don't know if there's anybody here representing Nevada Heritage, but that we ensure that we don't have people standing out front drinking in the parking lot and meandering around when they buy their beer or wine or cooler. Just want to ensure that they recognize that and that they monitor that constantly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other members of the commission wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion on the one motion, one vote items, excluding item 17.
Mr. Chairman, just on the items there, the record will reflect that I'll be abstaining on item number 21. I'm related to the principal, and the principals are also my clients, so out of an abundance of caution, I'll be abstaining.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. In light of all the discussion, I would make a motion to approve item 7, 9 through 16, 18 through 22, and number 24.
Thank you. Please vote.
And one more thing before we vote, just want to make a disclosure that I'll be abstaining on item number 7, as I have ongoing business relations with the property owner on that agenda item.
Question for City Attorney. Is he okay to make the motion with regard to item 7 if he's abstaining?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Motion is to approve items 7, 9 through 16, 18 through 22, and 24, noting the abstention of Commissioner Flangus on item 21 and the Vice Chair on item 7. Please vote. Commissioner Quinn? The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 7, 9, 10, and 18 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 18th, 2015. Items 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 24 are all final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on now to public hearing items, we're going to begin with the item we pulled from one motion, one vote. That is item number 17. That's already been read into the record. Do I need to do that again?
You're fine, Chairman.
Okay, very good. Can we please have the staff report on item 17?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed bail barn service use will be within an existing office building located on North 9th Street. We find that the existing uses in the building and surrounding area can be compatible, or the bail bond service can be compatible with those uses and conducted in a manner that is harmonious with that surrounding area before staff's recommending approval of the use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we please hear from the applicant on item 17? Good evening. Will you please state your name and address?
Liz Simmons, 812 East Ogden Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you.
Thomas D. Dillard, 10635 College Hill, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Anything to tell us about your application?
We are already in existence. We just want to move 74.5 feet.
Yeah.
Into
I'm the
another
owner of both buildings. They abut each other. One is at 812 Ogden, the other one's at 123 North 9th Street, and they want to move from the Ogden around the corner to the 9th Street.
All right. I anticipate that our planning commissioner will have some questions for you, so let me open this now for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to be heard either for or against item 17? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Commissioner Cherry?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I noticed that there was a lot of protests after the fact. I didn't realize they were in an existing business, and, you know, have the neighbors reached out to you at all for any?
No, in fact, the church was the most supportive. We've been in business there since 1998.
Okay. Yeah, it just raised a red flag to me when I saw it on our backup, but
No, we're just
again, I didn't realize you were.
moving 74 feet.
Thank you for the
You're welcome.
clarification.
No problem.
Ready for a motion?
No. Mr. Chairman, I noticed the same thing when I was reading through the 1,400 pages of backup information. I read through your entire package, and at first I was sitting there thinking this doesn't help the redevelopment of the area with everything that's happening in that particular area. And, you know, at first I was thinking, you know, we like to have the bail bonds located as closely as possible to the courthouses. However, after looking into it and then going on Google Maps and then driving by the site today and over the past couple days, I actually noticed it, you know, you had the existing building, and, you know, if we move you from one location to 74.5 feet away, it's, you know, it's not going to hurt us. So one of the things that I was actually going to pull this if Commissioner Cherry didn't pull it, just because a lot of bail bonds are notorious about, you know, sign spam and, you know, disregard of our sign laws. So I want just to let you know that we do have, you know, sign ordinances which have to be approved by the planning department and building department before you can put them up. And one thing I noticed about your business is you didn't have the sign spam. You actually had a professional looking business. So I appreciate that. Just keep that up. And I drive by that site every day, and I'm gonna call the city if you put up sign spam everywhere, but keep up the good work, and that's the reasons why I will support this item.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're now ready for a motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, on item 17, SUP 6960, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Motion is to approve item 17. Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed within 10 days to the city clerk's office.
Thank you very much. I need to recall items 25, 26, and 27. I did not remember that this is the third abeyance request, and therefore we need a for-cause showing and motion. So can I please have the applicant come up?
And, Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested a third abeyance. They are submitting additional land use applications
Before we-
for this item.
Why don't we rescind and
Oh, have someone do a motion to rescind, Chairman?
Okay, so I'll ask from the Vice Chair a motion to rescind the approval of items 25, 26, and 27.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to rescind the vote on item 25, 26, and 27.
The approval.
To rescind the approval
Thank you.
of item 25, 26, and 7.
All right, motion is to rescind the approval vote on items 25, 26, and 27. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, while we're waiting, you're actually rescinding the holding motion on 25, 26, and 27.
The approval of the abeyance, correct. Please vote. Okay, so the abeyance approval on items 25, 26, and 27 is now rescinded. Did we get the full staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested an abeyance. This is the third abeyance, so a finding of cause is necessary. The applicant is filing an additional land use application as part of this package. Recently, City Council approved a new text amendment which changed how convalescent care is treated in the office zoning, and the applicant wishes to make an amendment to their application and is requesting an abeyance to allow them to submit that additional application.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening. My apologies about the confusion on these.
No problem. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here representing the applicant. And as staff has pointed out, basically the City Council changed the underlying law on Wednesday, took effect on Saturday, and puts the applicant in the position where he should properly apply for a different general plan amendment, or to amend the pending general plan amendment and amend the pending zone change application and add to that a special use permit. That can't be noticed until December 8th, and so we requested all the matters be held over to be heard together as one item.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on these three items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And is there discussion on the Planning Commission? Commissioner Quinn, would you like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to hold item abeyance GPA 59270. Did you say till the December meeting, Mr. Borgel?
December 8th, I believe, is the earliest that staff can get it before you.
Okay, till the December 8th meeting. Should I do them one at a time or together? Together? And then abeyance item zoning 59271, also to be held to the December 8th meeting, and abeyance SDR 59272 to be held to the December meeting, as well as, I guess that's it, the three of them. Thanks.
And Commissioner Quinn, I assume that your motion is based on the cause as expressed by Mr. Borgel?
My motion is based on the cause that Mr. Borgel explained to us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Meaning that come December, we're going to go forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Please vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
We are now on item 31. This is an abeyance item, SUP 60423. The applicant owner is 3101 Rancho LP for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed motor vehicle sales used use with a waiver to allow 2,846 square feet dedicated to the use, where 25,000 square feet is the minimum required at 3101 North Rancho Drive in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant requested to hold this item in abeyance in order to redesign their request and amend it. The applicant has done so. They now have provided the sufficient space to meet the minimum special use permit requirement. So the 4,951 square foot standalone commercial building which is part of a larger shopping center with shared access and parking. The applicant is now proposing to occupy 69 existing spaces, or 25,000 square feet of the parking lot for vehicle display. These spaces will not impact the required parking for the shopping center. The proposed use meets the minimum Title 19 conditions and is located within a commercial corridor consisting of general commercial and commercial industrial zoning districts. As such, staff finds the use to be compatible and harmonious with the surrounding uses and is recommending approval now.
So contrary to the report, staff's recommendation has changed to approval.
Correct. There is a revised staff report in your blue sheets for reference based upon the amendment as submitted by the applicant.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and address, please.
Dennis Russ, 522 East Twain Avenue. We agree with all of staff's conditions and would ask you to support our application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission? Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I drive by this facility often, and what's there now seems it's there and it's appropriate. I just I can't wrap my hands around putting a car dealership there, having cars out front, and I don't know how you market it. I don't know how you, but it just seems like it does not add to the aesthetics of the mall, nor to the community there. Maybe there's a...
If I could address that, the world has changed. Now things are done, and in this particular case, through internet sales. The most that we're ever going to have out front is 4 cars that are transported from their off-site storage area before people pick them up, and 1 or 2 maybe in the showroom. So it's not going to be this massive area. There will be no banners. You can see staff's condition. We agree that there will be no temporary signs, banners, pennants, inflatable objects, streamers, flags, or anything that would show that there's anything in there than just an ordinary, normal parking lot.
Okay. I'm still up in the air on this one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, well, then how will people know they're for sale if there's no signs on them?
It's mostly through internet sales.
And you're saying
I just bought my own truck through an internet sale.
Well, I understand that. So you're saying at one given time, when I drive by there, there's only going to be 4 cars there?
Only 4 spaces are designated out in front of the
With
building.
all these spaces are going to be left empty?
Well, or parked in the parking lot. You know, it's a cross-parking agreement. We're not going to be loading that area up with used cars. That's not the intent of this particular use.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. And there's some concern from one of the constituents that wrote in about the noise and heavy loading and lifting of cars. Is that going to happen there along the side streets? If you look at the map.
No, there will not be. There'll probably be more noise from the auto repair shop that's on the backside of this building than there will be with our use.
Okay.
There will be no lights outside, no fencing. There'll be none of that thing that you would traditionally associate with a used car dealership.
Okay. As long as that happens, and I will go with staff recommendation for approval.
Is that your motion, Commissioner?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve and go with staff's revised recommendation for SUP 60423.
Motion is for approval of item 31. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at City Council meeting on November 18th, 2015.
Okay, thank you. So far, we've had some easy items. As we get further into the agenda, we're going to have some more controversial items, and we have a lot of members of the public that are here to speak tonight. Considering the length of our agenda and those items that remain to be heard, I am going to ask the applicants this evening to limit their remarks to about 10 minutes. And those that are here to speak either in opposition or in favor of those items will also have their time limited. But we're now moving on to item 32, which is also an abeyance item, SDR 60342. The applicant is Affordable Housing for Everyone, Inc., and the owner is Hafen One LLC. This is for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 8-unit multifamily residential development with a waiver to allow a residential adjacency setback of 69 feet where a minimum of 92.5 feet is required at 3316 Valley Lane in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Would we please have staff report?
Mr. Chairman, Policy 2.15 and 2.62 of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan encourages neighborhood revitalization through infill development of 2-, 3-, and 4-plex housing opportunities through a variety of incentives, including relaxation of setback requirements when offset with enhanced landscaping. Although the proposed development includes a request for a waiver of the residential adjacency standards, the applicant is proposing additional landscape material to exceed minimum requirements adjacent to the protected residential uses. As a result, the development meets the intent of the 2020 Master Plan. In addition, the proposed development meets all other minimum requirements outlined by Title 19. As such, staff is recommending approval of this request.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name and address, please.
Ernest Patton, 1320 Sharon Road.
Do you agree with all of staff's conditions?
Yes, sir.
Anything else to add?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, open this for discussion on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Creer?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I will like to make a motion to approve and go with staff's recommendation with all conditions on the abeyance item of SDR 60342.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 32. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that action is final, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item 33 is GPA 60635. The applicant is Providence Plaza LLC, and the owner is Providence Plaza LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from ML, Medium Low Density Residential, to GC, General Commercial, on the south side of Deer Springs Way, approximately 285 feet east of Hualapai Way in Ward 6. And related item 34, ZON 60636, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RCL, Single Family Compact Lot, to C2, General Commercial, in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. May we please have staff report?
Mr. Chairman, this site was originally planned for commercial development and then had a general plan amendment and rezoning to residential. The owner is now requesting to change that to a more intense commercial development than what was previously approved. This designation would allow the most intense commercial uses to be developed on this site, which reflects a more intense commercial use than what was originally approved under the Providence Square Master Plan development. As the plan highlights, commercial development of the Providence Square was to focus on local residential and light intensity commercial. The C2 general commercial type of zoning is most appropriate at intersections of primary arterial rights-of-way. However, this site is not located at such an intersection and is, in fact, not located on a primary arterial street at all, as Deer Springs Road is classified as a secondary collector street. This request is intended to serve, this zoning is intended to service traffic from residential neighbors onto primary arterial streets. The residential nature of this area, the intensity of the proposed commercial uses allowed, and the fact the street is not a primary arterial street makes this an inappropriate site for such a rezoning, and as such, staff is recommending denial of both requests.
Thank you and good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. With me to my left is Mr. Hank Gordon with Lorich Properties. We're both here representing the matter tonight that's before you. If I could get your attention to the overhead. The first thing that I'd like to do is orient you to the location of the property. Just to the south here is the Beltway itself. You have Wallapai, which runs north and south that we're adjacent to. And then you have Deer Springs here, which runs east and west. As some of you may know, if you've been on the Planning Commission since about 2007, 2008, back in 2008, this area was actually approved for PCD zoning for a commercial shopping center on about 24 acres. The 24 acres encompassed the property here that you see is PD, the 10 acres in RCL, and then about 8 acres of property right here that we recently, within the last couple of years, changed to RCL. Over that time, things have changed, as you know, as you go through 2008. In 2013, we came in here and looked at coming in with residential for Ryland Homes. This was approved for about 60 homes on the property itself. The intent at the time was to do at least a approximately 15-acre shopping center in the area. Just recently, in May of this year, 2015, the property was changed to medium-low, the 10 acres that's before you. Mr. Gordon is here today. He actually owns this 5 acres located here, and he has agreements with the adjacent property owners for the future development of commercial here. We believe that commercial is appropriate. It's been here since 2008. The location is here adjacent to Wallapai, which is a major arterial, along with the Beltway itself. One of the things that I actually agree with staff, and there's a clarification here, is what was approved before was for a shopping center for about 205,000 square feet of commercial space. The project that we're proposing is not going to be that intense as a previous project that was approved in 2008 with respect to the acreage and square footage. However, tonight what we'd like to do is, because when you look at the plan that we're going to be coming in with in the near future, we don't need C2 types of uses or the general commercial itself as initially that was submitted. What we would like to do is limit it to reduce the commercial general commercial down to limited commercial and the zoning from C2 to C1. And the reason is the intent by Mr. Gordon has always been to do a neighborhood shopping center with your retail neighborhood uses that are in the area itself. So we wanted to at least offer that up. That was not the intent, although that was what was submitted. It makes more sense for limited commercial in here with C1, which is in line with what was originally thought and discussed about this area back in 2008. That being said, we intend, as we come through with a site plan review, I know Ms. Bridget Solvey is somewhere here in the audience, and she came up to me to mention that if we would be willing to do a neighborhood meeting when we come through with the site plan review. I know Bridget, I know many of the neighbors out in this area have zoned these properties. We'll do that. Mr. Gordon is here. As you know, he is a commercial developer on just about every major intersection here in southern Nevada. He has a shopping center there, and he does a fantastic job, and he's looking to do the same thing here. So that being said, I'm here to answer any questions, or Mr. Gordon, we can answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Bridget Solvey. I reside at 7030 North Conquistador Street. It would be to the north of this proposed site. Years ago, we had a long battle about the general plan amendment putting a larger amount of acreage than this to the planned community development or commercial development. We lost that battle. Move on. The only thing that I would like to request tonight is that, exactly what Mr. Gronauer has presented earlier, that the neighbors be allowed to engage as the site design is developed so that it can have different features, maybe below grade site settings, however driveways are established, some of the landscape berms, lighting, signage, just all of the general topics that come up. So I would just like to put it into public record that the neighbors would like to partake in the site design before it comes to your table for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to be heard on either of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion with the Planning Commission. Let me just say...
Mr. Chairman, before you do, I'd like to correct one thing that was previously mentioned, that we do own the corner now. When the application was made, we didn't own
Mr. Gordon, will you just state your name and address?
Oh, sorry. Hank Gordon, 1770 North Buffalo Drive, Las Vegas, 89128. We do know, we own the corner now, so it's, I think Bob stated that we did.
So now it's the contiguous to Wallapai, that 5 acres. Mr. Gordon also owns that also.
We had that in escrow at the time that we applied, but now officially we own the property. I wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. My comment was, especially now that you're limiting this to, or changing this from general commercial to limited commercial on item 33 and taking this from C2 to C1 on item 34, I do think this is appropriate for this specific location, and you'll see my support on this tonight.
And my only comment is that I'm positive that Mr. Gronauer will meet with the neighbors and get them involved, because that's just who he is. So it looks like a great go for me. Thank you.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, yes, I'll put it on the record. I know the neighbors, they know me. I've zoned many of those acres that are out in this northwest area, so I'll be meeting with them prior to.
I'd like to add, Commissioner Quinn, that I served on this, excuse me, Planning Commission with your husband for 4 years. I had brown hair then. You see what 4 years in the Planning Commission will do. It's gray
But we
hair.
still recognized each other, so that's nice.
But in view of that, we are not, as you probably all know, we're not merchant developers. We don't build shopping centers and sell them. In a couple of cases, we've had to sell them because of a partner who insisted. But the reason I bring that up is that we know we're going to keep these projects for long-term family investment, and we try and do a good job because we have to live with this for the next 50 years. So if you look at our projects that we've done over the last 30 years in Las Vegas, I'm proud to say that they're mostly all fully leased, and they look pretty good. In view of that, most of the neighbors know us in various projects we've done throughout the city, and therefore that hopefully will be a comfort level to the neighbors.
Thank you. Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Question through you for Mr. Gordon.
Certainly.
When you stated that you have purchased the other property, is that one of the two properties that has GPA and the rezone on it currently, or the parcel to the west?
We owned we just recently closed on the purchase of the corner. I don't remember the number. That's gross 5 acres. The next 5 acres to the east we purchased in September. The third 5 acres we do not own, but we are working with that owner so that there will be a mutual easement agreement, and when you look at it, it'll look like one shopping center.
Mr.
But we only
Gronauer,
own
would
the
you?
10 acres.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Gronauer, will you point out, maybe we could show on the overhead?
This is the 5 acres that Mr. Gordon owns. This is the other 5 acres that he owns. And this is the other 5 acres with the owner to the east of us here that we're working in concert for the commercial center.
Thank you.
Okay. So is it, and Mr. Chairman, through you, is it fair to say that we might see the other parcel come back with C1 zoning?
We will be doing a site development plan review for that.
Okay.
That will be in conjunction with the 2 and 3 parcels.
And just to repeat, you're willing to reduce your zoning from C2 to C1?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gronauer, question, point of clarification for me. So the 5 acres is zoned currently PD?
Yes, PD.
Okay, and that will come back to us for zoning?
Yeah, I
for
believe
C1?
I see Mr. Rankin looking at me, and I don't know in the PD if we would have to come back for the C1 zoning on that as we come through with our site development plan review, but I want him to correct me because he knows better than I.
Well, the applicant has a choice. They could continue with their PD zoning, which would require a brand-new development agreement to be negotiated with city. And we would hope to do that in 3 months, maybe. Or you could rezone it to a different zoning and not do the plan development, or do the development agreement.
So I'm going to counsel Mr. Gordon, I don't have to do it here, but we'll probably come back with the C1, a master, change to the land use plan, the limited commercial, zone change for C1, and the site development plan all at the same time.
Okay, thank you. And can you go back to the map that was just up?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, and so you currently own, I'm just going to use the last three digits, 002 is yours, but you do not own 003?
No.
Okay, and here, and so for point of clarification, are we changing the zoning for just 002, or are you also representing
No,
the owners?
003. We represent both.
You represent the owners for
Yes.
002 and 003?
003,
And who were the owners for 003?
I don't know the exact ownership, but it's Vince Shetler.
Oh, okay.
Is,
Mosaic.
yeah, it's under one of his LLCs, Mosaic
Okay.
LLC.
Okay. And give me an example of what you envision, of what type of facilities do you envision being on this property?
I'll start, and Mr. Gordon can finish. It's a
And I know it's not
retail-
certain.
Yeah,
but-
it's a retail commercial center. You're looking at a grocer on the property itself, and then you're going to get your, what I call your neighborhood retail type of mom and pop shops. You get a sandwich shop, you'll get some
Okay.
other things in there. Typically what you see in his other commercial shopping centers.
Okay, great, thank you.
In our industry, it's probably known as a neighborhood convenience center, usually a supermarket, drugstore, or one combination, a bank, gas station, and all those facilities that provides goods and services on a neighborhood basis.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Creer, did you have another question?
I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Commissioner Blankus,
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion if there's no further discussion.
please do.
On item number 33, I move to approve it going from medium-low density residential to SC, service commercial. I believe that's what the applicant requested, if I'm not
Is that correct,
mistaken.
Mr. Gronow?
Yes, yes.
All right, very good. The motion is to approve item 33 with the amendment going from medium-low density residential to service commercial. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 34, which is ZON 60636, I move that we go from RCL to C1.
Thank you very much. Please vote. Motion also carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 33 and 34 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 18th, 2015.
Items 35, 36, and 37 are related. 35 is GPA 60900. The applicant owner is Paris Robinson Eastern LLC for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from service commercial to general commercial on the southeast corner of Rancho Drive and Craig Road in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 36, ZON 60901 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from general commercial and residence estates to general commercial in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. And item 37, TMP 60902 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a one-lot commercial subdivision in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. May we please have staff's report?
Mr. Chairman, all three parcels on the site currently have a split zoning of C2 general commercial on the west half and RE residential estates on the east half. Both of these designations don't align with the existing service commercial land use designation. This request will bring the entire site into conformance with the proposed general plan amendment and corresponding zoning district of C2 general commercial. Let's see. Intense commercial development is appropriate as it fronts onto three primary arterials, and staff does recommend approval of these requests.
Good evening.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, representing the applicant tonight. We appreciate staff recommending approval of these items, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Harvey Sterrett, 3701 Bradley Road. I am current president of NARA, the local association in that area, and we've fully approve and support this. I think it would be a good deal for the community and for the city.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Alexa Anderson, Chairperson Moody and Commissioners. This is exciting. Get to do something exciting for once for two reasons. Number one, we finally get to work with Commissioner Tobridge. We get to work with our other Councilman Stravovich. Did I get it right? Okay. I have a letter here from John Stanton that he wanted me to read. He couldn't be here tonight. He's been in the area longer than all of us put together. He says, please accept this letter in support of, then he has the GPA numbers listed in regards to the pending development for the 51-acre Rancho Road, Craig Road, and Jones Road triangle in the northwest corner of our NARA Neighborhood Association boundaries. He says, our neighborhood association is very supportive of appropriate development. We have been waiting for literally decades for someone to come in and make this unique property something we would both have as an asset to the city and complement our adjoining rural preservation community. We worked with Jennifer in the past with Mull's Meats, the Roadkill Grill agenda item. She knows our community. We both speak the same language. She understands the very real traffic situations on Hickam Road, and we need to keep in mind the other 50 acres across the street that's certainly destined for development after that. We understand she has a real challenge ahead of her for developing the, where she's working with developers that are halfway across the country, and all they do is they see a map, they don't see neighbors and community. And we're really looking forward to working with her and need to get it done quick. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, if you'd like to give that to staff, we'll make that a part of tonight's record. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment.
Mr. Chairman, one thing I should have said for the record, I appreciate working with not only the larger neighborhood, but I have spent some time with NARA and gone to some of their meetings and driven their neighborhood. And we have committed, and this is a private thing that we're working on, but to do a consistent landscape palette around all the street frontages that at a minimum meet your city landscape requirements. We also understand some sensitivity to some driveways on Jones that could line up with Hickam. We're working to see if we can offset those. So yes, those are things that they've talked to me about, and I have conveyed that to the owners, and we're trying to work through it.
Thank you. Any discussion amongst the planning commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, it appears there's no discussion. I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
Beginning with item number 38, which is GPA 60977, move to approve.
Did you say item 38 or 35?
35.
Oh, I apologize, I skipped down. Item number 35, GPA 60900, move to approve. Sorry about that.
No problem. Motion is to approve item 35. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 36, got it right that time, ZON 60901, move to approve.
Please vote. Motion also carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 37, which is TMP 60902, move to approve.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 35, 36, and 37 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 18th, 2015.
Thank you.
Thank you. Items 38 through 42 are all related. 38 is GPA 60977. The applicant owner is Rainbow and One LLC for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from desert rural density residential to service commercial on the southeast corner of Ann Road and Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 39 is ZON 60978 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from residence estates to limited commercial in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 40, SUP 60980 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed car wash, full service, or auto detailing use in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Item 41, SUP 60982 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Finally, item 42, SDR 60983 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2,600 square foot restaurant with drive-through, a 3,675 square foot general retail, and a 1,905 square foot car wash, full service or auto detailing use development with a waiver of the corner lot building orientation, and to allow a service or wash bay to face a public right-of-way. Also in Ward 4, staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed general plan amendment and rezoning are supported by staff as the subject site is located adjacent to two 100-foot primary arterials, as well as the northeast and northwest corners of Ann Road and Rainbow Boulevard intersections are designated commercial. Staff, however, does not support the intensity of the proposed uses and the associated poor site design, which will negatively impact the adjacent residential uses. Please note the additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Richard Gallegos, 6725 Southeastern, here on behalf of the applicant. With me to my right is Mr. Mike Montandon, ownership, should he need to answer any questions that I can't. We also do have our traffic engineer in the audience tonight, and he's available to answer any questions you might have. Mr. Chairman, with that, we'd like to jump right into the current conditions. We had a neighborhood meeting a few weeks back. We had about 10 folks show up, staff, and as well as the councilman's office. I want to thank, again, those folks for coming out. That was the NFL season, so it was just one of those nights. But we, again, want to thank them for all their comments. At this time, we would like to submit about 15 letters of neighborhood support for the record to the clerk, if I might. These are folks that are reside in and around the neighborhood that we went out and reached out to. And again, we've got about 15 of those folks there. With respect to our GPA and rezoning, we believe staff has hit it right on the head. This is in the corner, southeast corner of two major section line street, 100-foot right-of-ways. The GPA and rezoning, we believe, is appropriate. We do understand and concur with all staff's recommendations with respect to those two items. With respect to our two SUPs and our SDR, I'd like to ask the engineer to go to the overhead, if I might. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, if I could just like to review our proposal with you. We have essentially two components here, a convenience store, traditional convenience store with a fuel canopy island, and a attached car wash. Our other component is a fast food drive-through facility. Some of the concerns that the neighbors expressed were landscaping, issues, drainage, kind of the normal things we would see in a big intersection like this, traffic. But really, one of the main concerns was with respect to the car wash and the noise. And what we've done in this case, we've done several things to help mitigate that. We believe that you would not normally see. So, for example, we have extended the tunnel. Although our drawing says 10 feet, we've actually gone back. We've got about 15 feet extra tunnel length. The reason for that is we've got the blowers, which are really the most noisiest part of a car wash system. We've set those back in 15 feet, and where normally you would see those at the edge. The other thing we've done is we've provided 20 foot of intense landscaping between our neighbors to the east. This is essentially a double row of trees and shrubs that, again, we believe will help mitigate any noise. Thirdly, we've extended a wall north and south of the tunnel. We know sound travels in waves, And so we've, particularly on the north end, we've extended that out to orient the sound waves out to Ann Road, which of course with all the traffic noise is currently there. So we believe we've addressed some of the major issues with respect to the car wash at this location. Essentially, the rest of the project complies with Title 19 with one clarification, that is the staff read into it, the waiver. The waiver is essentially two parts. One part is the opening facing right-of-way, and I would suggest to you that on a corner lot, that could be a little difficult, but we have oriented it to the right-of-way, which we again believe there's noise there existing. The other part of that waiver was the building placement on the corner. As you can see here, we've got the few islands out front. This is, again, essentially a traditional convenience store setup. But with respect to the rest of Title 19 parking, et cetera, we are in full compliance. So really at this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to conclude and listen to perhaps some neighbors, unless Mr. Montandon had any comments.
Thank you. Mike Montandon, 719 Oak Ridge Court. The only thing he didn't mention on there also is a noise mitigation. We agreed to limit the hours of operation of the car wash to close at 10 p.m. and open at 7 a.m.
Thank you, gentlemen. I will open this for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to be heard, either for or against this item? We have 3 mics. Come on up. Gentlemen, if I can just have you step back, you're welcome to sit in the reserved seating. I will give you a chance to reply.
Good afternoon. Kind of new at this. My name is Sean Ainsworth. I'm at 6446 White Tiger Court. I'm actually representing John M. Bailey, who is at 5455 North Rainbow, which is directly south of the current proposal. He's actually, as you can see, with a pool right next door. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today because he's at a wedding in England, and he's on his way back, would be here tomorrow. What I'd just first off just like to say is he's been at this property since 1996. He has 4 children, 2 adult, 2 juveniles. Obviously, zoning his property, which is adjacent to this, to a C1 would obviously diminish probably his property value, as it is a 1-acre parcel. He is a small business owner. If this was potentially rezoned to the C1, he would potentially have to go to rezone his property as well to potentially put his business on the property, which he owns a sweeping service company called Bailey Sweeping Service. From what I've read, as again, he's on next door to the property, 7,800 trips per day on Ann and Rainbow, which was done by the staff. Seems rather egregious for somebody that lives right next door. Obviously, a beer, wine, and cooler off-sale establishment. Currently, it has been stated in the notes that the homeless are a slight problem in that area. I imagine there could potentially exacerbate that problem with that type of establishment at that area. One thing to note as well is I've been on that, but he's one of my best friends. Being at that property, his property is actually lower elevation than the property we're currently in question, so obviously there could be flooding if there's any rain event that could potentially go into his property. Also, where the drive-through is located, that's obviously right next to his home, so any sort of, hi, McDonald's, may I take your order, please, and oh, yeah, I'd like a Big Mac, large front, obviously that's going to, potentially be a problem being next to him. Also, if he ever again wanted to sell his property, I imagine the property value would be greatly diminished with something like that right next door. Also, I know Mr. Montana is a former mayor of North Las Vegas, and I imagine he probably wouldn't appreciate a full-service gas station, car wash, drive-through next door to his residence. Thank you.
Thank you. And I failed to mention, I am limiting your remarks to 3 minutes each.
Sorry.
No, you were well under, so thank you. There is a timer behind the monitors, so you can keep an eye on your time left. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Jobe. I'm at 5535 Gemini Bridges. Excuse me. Little passionate about this. My house backs up right to where the car wash will exit. So not extremely happy about this whatsoever. I understand that you guys would like to approve it residential, which I completely understand. I do understand development. I work for a big developer. But having something so intense and so packed into a small area really affects me and my other fellow homeowners with us. It will be extremely loud, extremely intense. I do have dogs. They are attack dogs. They are guard dogs. They are there for me. My dogs will be completely disrupted, as opposed to my life will be disrupted. Staff has denied approval of the plan. It is extremely impacted and it's heavy intense. There will be lots of issues that will have to be addressed with different drainages. I, again, too, like the other neighbor who's going to be impacted by the drive-through, my house sits below that property line. I'm extremely, again, I work for a developer. I'm extremely concerned about drainage and my backyard flooding. If something was to happen or something was to be done incorrectly, I'm extremely concerned about a wall, whether it's high or not. I understand that I back up to an extremely busy, loud street, but it's drive. It's not loud till 10 p.m. So again, I hope you guys could really please consider what you're approving, something so intense. I understand commercial might go there, but I would really appreciate it not being such an intense commercial piece of property. I respect the fact that we need to develop and grow as developers and builders and as a community, and I do respect that, but not so intensely that my entire backyard and my home will be depreciated and devalued. I absolutely love my home, and you're going to force me to move. And I don't want to. I don't want to move. I love my house. I love where I live. If I could pick my home up and move it right now, I would, just because of this one fact that you want to completely disrupt my life. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Candace Sims, and I live 2 houses down. I will be the home where the cars are idling to go into the car wash. I'm the first home that borders and shares a wall with this property. I'm emotional too because we're so angry. I can hardly hold the anger back. The car is just idling right across my brick wall. Is going to create fumes. We're thinking of the liquor, the tobacco that's going to be coming right into our backyard, where not even the Walgreens has liquor and tobacco, so we're bringing that to our neighborhood as well. I don't know who gave the letters of support from our neighborhood. They must not share a wall with this property. Obviously not. They didn't come to my house and ask our opinion. I wonder why. There would be a 10-foot clearance between my property and those cars, who will probably be playing their loud music as they wait to go into the car wash. If we look at the Ann Road, where it comes just east of Rainbow, the angle of that is less than 90 degrees. It's a really bad blind spot. You may not realize it until you drive that road. So not only are we turning right on Ann from Rainbow, where we have to zoom out to not get hit by cars, but now when we zoom out, we're going to encounter more cars exiting into Ann, and then we're going to quickly then turn into our neighborhood. It's going to create a really bad traffic issue there. As I looked on Google Earth and drove around town, I saw no properties that had this many things right in people's backyard: a gas station, convenience store, fast food. I saw nothing comparable that's been approved. They want a waiver to push back from the corner to get closer to our homes. I really don't understand that. We don't need the criminal element. There were just gunshots the other day. The adjacent neighborhood further west is becoming more rundown. Those people will be invited to come straight into our backyard to hang out right there in the parking lot as they drink their beers or whatever. I think my husband is going to talk about his disability just a little bit and how the diesel fuels trigger his post-traumatic stress disorder. Are you ready? I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Richard Sims. I live at 5527 Gemini Bridges Street. My wife mentioned disability. It's more of a sensitivity to diesel fuel in particular. I have combat PTSD. I fought in 5 wars. I tried to save a little kid who was doused in diesel fuel. He ended up dying in my arms. So when I smell diesel fuel, that's what I think all day if I smell that. And it triggers flashbacks. I'm not sure if you guys know what a flashback is, but all of you will be in camouflage, and you're now an enemy to me. You're a target, because diesel fuel triggers that event for me. I relive everything I've seen that was, involved related to the diesel fuel. Huge issue for me. We bought there because it wasn't zoned for commercial use. So what I do now, have a flashback, get my shotgun. I'm hypervigilant as it is. I don't want to hear anyone back there on my wall at 2 a.m. in the morning, at 10 p.m. at night. I don't want to have to kill someone when they rob the place and jump over my wall because it's the quickest egress. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Keith Leadis, 6604 Manzanita Glen Avenue. I'm the president of the adjacent neighborhood Timber Creek HOA and Neighborhood Association. In addition to the neighborhood meeting that the applicant held, we had our own neighborhood meeting, and I'm not going to repeat anything about that was said today. I'm just going to bring additional comments that were discussed by people in our community who could not be here tonight. One is that every other gas station and car wash has been in the city that we can see has been designed so that they're all pushed away from the resident. There's the back of a building between the neighbors and the site. We have homeowners with two-story homes who are just going to be looking out their second-story window at the gas pumps because there's no building to block the view of them, and those don't have a time limit and will be going on all night long. We did a Google Map search, typed in car wash, and looked in Las Vegas, and we found the nearest car wash to a residential use was 120 feet away, not 20 feet away. If this gets approved, like the other gentleman said, we anticipate all the other owners on Rainbow coming in trying to build something similar, and we just really don't want a precedent set of a row of fast food and car washes being built facing all the homes. We enjoy the Walgreens at the northwest corner. I go there frequently. The front doors face the street. They shut down at 10. Many of us sent support postcards, not all of us. Many of us sent postcards in support of the fast food at the northeast corner because they had no waivers of landscaping and had their speakers and drive-thrus pointed towards the street and not towards homes. And we just ask that you be consistent with that on this site and vote no, follow staff and vote no, because things are pointed towards the residences and not towards the streets. One thing we did bring up at the staff meeting with the applicant that they were willing to accommodate us on is we have a drainage easement in our community that kind of functions as an alley or a no man's land. I don't know if it can be shown in the overhead.
Sure.
But it starts at the southeast corner of the property.
There's a mic on that one if you...
Okay, sure. So there's a 10-foot alley, if you will, at the southeast corner of the property. It's a common lot that the HOA owns. It's basically just a concrete alley. And we asked if approved, whatever gets approved here, we asked that the applicant try to design it so that the flow goes out to Ann and not through our community. It's flat. Our community goes out to Ann. We feel it was only needed because right now it's 2 legal parcels and you couldn't force rainwater to cross the property line. But if it's developed as one, we feel that if we asked that they could go to Ann, so then we could maybe get rid of that alley and negate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen Bowler, 5316 Dana Springs Way. I've been a homeowner in this area for 14 years. This is actually a pretty small parcel of land for this project. Also, just west of this proposed project, there is a gas station and a car wash and a McDonald's. And to put something so close in proximity to something that's already there just really doesn't make any sense at all. I think this project, I think this land could be used for something so much more beneficial than a car wash and a fast food restaurant. There's fast food restaurants if you go further west. Decatur and Ann Road is a Smith Shopping Center. There's numerous fast foods continuing down. How much fast food do you need in a residential area? I mean, this is just really, it is a residential area. There's a school close, there's a church in the area, and to have something with alcohol, any kind of alcohol in this area, totally unacceptable. I can hear people in their motorcycles, in their cars. I'm a graveyard worker, so when I get up to go to work in the morning at 1:30 in the morning, I can hear people racing up and down Ann Road. I mean, if you put any kind of alcohol accessibility in that area, you're just looking for trouble. And I really hope that you deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Brief response from the applicant.
Thank you. If I might, again, Mike Montandon, 719 Oak Bridge Court. I just wanted to touch on a couple of comments. And, you know, my previous profession was mentioned. I was once an elected official also and have been on both sides of it for some time. And I just want to make it clear that I try very hard to make statements and make it clear whether they are opinion or based on data, is what goes in here. First, the site's currently vacant. A couple of people mentioned drainage issues. Development of the site is one of the things that solves drainage issues, and we've made a commitment to them that we will do so. And second, I just want to make sure everybody always has the right to change their mind. And I appreciate the first gentleman that testified, but one of the letters of support that's in that envelope was from Mr. John Bailey, the owner to the south, who we met with a couple of times. And again, he has the right to change his mind and send someone down to address that. Third, Mr. Letus, Keith Letus made a comment that there are homeowners who live in there who have two-story homes who could look directly down at the canopies, the gas canopies. And that's exactly what we tried to avoid. The city's code would have us, I'm sorry, if we can go back to this, would have us keep the convenience store out here and put the canopies over on this side, in which point they would look back down on the canopy. We designed it the other way so that they won't do that. And last, I would like to mention that even in the traffic report, it mentions the number of trips generated. And I would share with you that a convenience store, by definition, is convenience. It intercepts trips. Nobody drives by multiple convenience stores to stop at another one. It doesn't generate new trips. And in answer to the question, just how much do we need? There is one about a half a mile to the west here, but the same operator is wanting to develop this one. That one is overcrowded. They can't service everybody they need to. So the answer is, how much do we need? Well, roughly the amount people are willing to spend, and this area is willing to do that. Again, we have the option. Our goal is, working with them, was to come in with no waivers. The only reason there's a waiver asking for the building to be on this side is after our meetings with the neighbors, and we did knock a lot of doors. You know, it's kind of hard to catch everybody, but we knocked on an awful lot of doors, was that we believed this was a better design. If the answer is a better design is to have it forward, we could address that, but we couldn't design it right here from the podium. Richard, did you want to add anything?
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of notes. There was a couple of concerns raised with beer and wine sales. I think by definition, and the city could correct me, there is no liquor. We're simply asking for a beer and wine. There is provisions in place, so that does protect the neighbors. There is no on-premise consumption, for example, no loitering, all those things in place. And I believe business license has a lot to say about the property and upkeep. So we don't believe that would be a concern. And as Mike mentioned, the drainage study, we have to do one as part of our development, as well as a traffic study. So we believe we will be able to participate and help the neighbors in their current
And more than just do a drainage study. We've insisted to the engineers to make it drain back out to Rainbow and not into the neighborhood where it currently drains.
Okay, thank you,
With
John.
that, we're happy to answer any questions. I would like, for the record, we do understand and concur with staff's if approved conditions for all three applications, SUP, both the SUPs and the SDR, for the record. So.
Thank you. I'll close the public comment, and we'll discuss this as a planning commission. Commissioner Flangus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I heard you mention a minute ago you're looking at redesigning it somewhat, or did I hear that correctly?
No, you didn't hear it directly. I would say we could, if that's the direction we're given. We did not believe that that was the appropriate direction, was to redesign. And I'm trying to choose my words carefully here because it is your code that says that the building should be in front and those in back. If that's the direction you give us, we could do that. We would, of course, have to hold it in abeyance and come back with that design. But we don't believe that's the best design.
Well, that's the way I'm leaning. I'm looking at this, and, I'm all favor. I think it's appropriate for a C1 zoning on that corner. What I don't think's appropriate is the amount of stuff you got going on here. It's way overbuilt. And the biggest thing that really concerns me is you got a car wash pushed up against residential property. One of the things I was going to listen for tonight when they came up is how this was going to affect the neighbors. I cannot approve anything like that that will affect neighbors so adversely as a car wash, especially with the amount of variances we have to do and the like. And I just can't have somebody going out in their backyard hearing cars idling or hearing those blowers. Depending on, I know you're trying to mitigate the noise by pulling the blowers back 15 foot in there, but it's still pretty noisy. And a lot of these folks that talked were right. You just don't see car washes backed up against residential property. So that's the reason, that's the way I'm leaning right now. I'm leaning towards approving your request for the GPA and your request for the general plan amendment. Excuse me, they'd already said that in the rezoning. And so, but the rest of it, I just can't. And I don't think the rest of my commissioners are going to go for that either, especially when you have neighbors so adversely impacted by your project. So what I'd like to do is give you the opportunity to table it or obey it for a couple months, see if you can come up with something a little bit less intense. Now you know how I'm coming at you and what I'm thinking. And so if you want to obey it, I'll be more than happy to make that motion. If not, I'm going to be making a motion to approve your first two items and a motion to deny the rest, because it's just too much.
Can you separate those and obey the other three?
I believe we can go ahead and, yeah, we can probably vote on those and obey the others.
You know, you may just want to go ahead and obey the whole thing, and just so you can consider the entire application in one package, rather than trying to piecemeal it.
I agree, and that's where I'll lean.
Chairman. And, yes, Commissioner Trowbridge.
Just while we're talking about a potential for some more review, my questions are that the rendering that you showed previously had the exit, the northern exit there, that's the one, shows going onto Ann Road in both a east and west direction, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's an ingress and an egress. You can't turn left on Ann Road.
Okay,
through you,
good.
Mr. Chairman, that's the fire lane turning radius to show compliance. That's all.
Okay, you got me. Good for you. You've got a fast food you're going to build that's not going to have a drive-through?
Yes, it does.
It does have a drive-through
where
on
is that going
the
to
south
be?
side.
It's at the south end of the property.
And then how do you get, I see that the trail, the rendering has got me somewhat confused. It looks like that thing that goes in behind the fast food restaurant appears to go all the way to the end of that lot and then
But you can
hang
get
a
out
left.
through the middle of the parking lot in either one of
Well,
them.
that's certainly challenging. It's also challenging to get in to the car wash then. My other question is, does this facility that has the dryers have been pushed back in the tunnel?
Yes.
Typically, these types of facilities also have vacuums.
No, we don't.
You're not going to have vacuums for any of your customers?
This is just a, I'm sorry, this is a self-serve drive-through. There are no
Right, the
vacuums.
self-servers that I go through have free dryers.
This one does not have vacuums.
Scratch me from your client list.
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Before the motion is made, I do want to say something to the neighbors that are here tonight. If in fact the motion is to obey this item and this gets moved to a few months down the road, your comments tonight become a part of the record. I don't know how this is going to go, but you would not be required to come back. You've made your statements and you've taken time out of your busy evenings to be here, so just wanted to make that clear to the neighbors. Commissioner Flangus?
Mr. Chairman, I think the applicants wanted to say something to you, if that's okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, at this time, we would respectfully request a 30-day continuance for all 5 applications.
I don't think you're going to get a 30-day continuance. Does it require a renotice?
We don't know yet, depending on the redesign of the project, so we can't guarantee that.
Here's the issue. Next month's meeting is moved up a week, and so really it would only give you about 3 weeks between meetings.
28 days.
I'm sorry.
We're trying to get it before November 18th.
Our next meeting, I believe, is November 3rd.
3rd.
November 3rd.
Okay.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, I think that if they're going to redo that corner and make it less evasive, I would suggest time for a neighborhood meeting in there as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if the commissioners would like, he can either table the item, and that way, when the applicant's ready to come back, they can contact planning and they can reset the item, or you can set it to a date certain by abeyance.
All right. Let me take Commissioner Slotman's comment and then find out what your preference is.
Mr. Chairman, I just do want to say, I do agree with Commissioner Plingus that, I mean, it's unlikely that RE, residential estates, or a residence is going to be built on that corner. It probably is most, or suited for C1. However, a car wash directly up against those houses, I mean, I wouldn't want a car wash directly against my house. And I did hear comments about flipping the gas station, the convenience store to the front and putting the pumps at the back, but then that's just putting more noise towards the neighbors. So, I mean, I don't think that I could support putting the pumps and all the noise on the back. I would say get rid of the car wash and, you know, call it a done deal, but I'm not sure. That's just my comments.
Okay, so back to the applicant. You have a few options: tabling, obeying, and if obeying, to which date?
I would like to be back here at your next meeting.
Okay.
We can turn this around.
In 3 weeks?
Yes, we can get it to staff no later than Monday.
I think that's not
Mr. Chairman, just advising you that staff will need an opportunity to review revised plans. Our notifications for the November 3rd meeting have already gone out pursuant to state law. We've already set those items. They are in process. If we get a revised plan Monday, we might be able to address those issues. But if it does require notification, this will result in an additional abeyance to the December meeting. Just want to describe the issues that confront us with a shortened time schedule. November is always a problem month for us, as we will hear at the end of our meeting today on doing next year's calendar.
Mr. Chairman, let me put it this way. You got your option of table or abeyance. Which one would y'all prefer?
Yes, obey.
Okay, and I'm going to move at this juncture to obey items number 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42 to the December, what's the date on the December meeting? December 8th, 2015 commission meeting.
Thank you. Please vote.
Give me a call.
Motion carries. These
Question,
items are obeyed to December.
Mr. Chairman, should their notification be required, would that give us enough time then to comply with those rules? Just want to make sure that, okay, good.
Mr. Chairman, I know that the commissioner had actually asked about a neighborhood meeting. I'm not sure if that's actually going to be, if that's going to happen or not, or what's your preference?
Commissioner Flingus?
Well, yeah, I think definitely you have to have a neighborhood meeting on this one. So I imagine y'all are going to do that?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving on to related items 43, 44, and 45. Item 43 is GPA 61055. The applicant owner is the Ernest A. Becker IV and Kathleen C. Becker Family Trust. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from rural density residential and rural neighborhood preservation to service commercial at the southeast corner of Elkhorn Road and Wallapai Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 44 is ZON 61056 for possible action on a request for rezoning from residence estates to limited commercial in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And item 45, SDR 61057 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 60,900 square foot commercial shopping center and a waiver to allow commercial buildings to be located away from corner public rights-of-way in Ward 6. Staff also recommends denial. Would we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, before the staff report comes, I'm going to be abstaining on these items because I was engaged in litigation against one of the applicants on behalf of a client, and out of an abundance of caution, I will be abstaining.
Thank you, Commissioner Flingus. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed commercial development at this location is not compatible with the adjacent and surrounding rural preservation neighborhood and low-density residential development. Commercially designated land at the intersection of Wallapai and Deer Springs, as well as US 95 and Sky Canyon Park Drive, coupled with existing commercial development within the Centennial Center, Montecito Marketplace, and Carolinas Court, provide ample commercial service to the area and residents. Furthermore, staff finds that the proposed site plan to lack design sensitivity in regards to the surrounding area. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the general plan amendment, rezoning, and associated site development plan review. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I hear from the applicants, can I get an idea how many members of the public wish to be heard on these items tonight? Okay. 30, maybe 35 of you. Let me just say, while the applicant is making the 10-minute presentation, you may want to consider asking a representative to speak. I'm going to give you 1 minute each. I can't imagine that you will have so many different things to say that they can't be said in 1 minute. If you want to appoint a representative, I'd be willing to give them up to 5 minutes to speak tonight. So you can discuss that, and we'll hear now from the applicant. Good evening.
That's you, sir. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, my name is Richard Bryan, 300 South 4th Street here in Las Vegas, 89101. I appear here on behalf of the applicant. I'm joined to my immediate right by Mr. Greg Borgell. I believe Mr. Borgell is well known to most of you. He's had 42 years of experience in planning here in Southern Nevada, some 16 years of those as the county zoning administrator. To his right is Mr. Ernie Becker. Mr. Becker and his family have been developers in this community for more than a half a century. They have built residential, multifamily, industrial, commercial, including shopping centers, and their projects, I think, are highly regarded and well respected. I've known Mr. Becker personally for more than 40 years, and because there was some suggestion at our neighborhood meeting that perhaps Mr. Becker's intent was to, if he got the approval that he is seeking, to, in effect, flip the property to somebody else. Let me, for the record, make it clear Mr. Becker has owned this property for 31 years, and that he currently, with previous shopping centers that he has developed, he is currently managing and operating those shopping centers. If he's successful with the approvals that he seeks, it would be his intention to operate and to manage those properties. The project has been described, and I think if we can have back on the screen here, just without the landscaping, can we get that for a minute? Well, I guess we can use this. This is Wallapai, Elkhorn, this is Eula, and this is Whittick right here. Across the street is commercial development right in here. And what we have here, we've got a Subway, and I think we've got a pizza place, and we've got a gas station. Pursuant to the direction that we received, we had a neighborhood meeting. And suffice it to say, a number of those neighbors appeared at the neighborhood meeting, many of whom are here tonight. They can certainly speak to themselves. They opposed the project, but the thing that really I think they felt most strongly about is, as currently proposed in the site plan, there's ingress and egress at Eula. The property owners who we heard from live essentially in this area here, and that's to the east of Eula, and to the south of Whittick. And so Mr. Becker, to accommodate those concerns, has indicated that he would, if we were approved, eliminate the ingress and egress here, which would eliminate the neighbors' concerns with respect to the enhanced traffic on Eula. Mr. Borgell will describe the landscaping in more detail. After the meeting, we had a session, and we thought about what we could do, because we had originally, frankly, Mr. Becker individually, before I was involved, met with Councilman Ross's staff. And frankly, they encouraged us to go forward. They said they were hearing from a lot of people in the area that what they wanted was a grocery store and kind of a sit-down restaurant, and the reference was made to something akin to the Egg and I. And I must say, in all candor, we did not hear that at the neighborhood meeting. So Mr. Becker commissioned an individual group to do a survey of the area. And they knocked on some 508 homes, found 190 people in attendance, and of those 190, 146, or 77%, expressed their support for this project, which includes the grocery store and the proposed sit-down restaurant. And if I might, Mr. Chairman, if it's permitted under your rules, I have a copy of the petition signed by those in the neighborhood, and I would respectfully ask that that be made a part of our record.
It will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if there are any questions about that survey, I would represent to you that Ms. Ann Verberka was one of the individuals who conducted that survey. She is here to respond to any questions. It was not my purpose to have her come up and speak at this time. Now, with your permission, I would defer to Mr. Borgell, who has a long history with this particular property dating back to the days that he was the zoning administrator in Clark County. And so, Mr. Borgell, let me defer to you, if I may now, and then we'll respond to any questions you might have.
Thank you. You left him almost exactly half your time, Mr. Borgell.
Well planned. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street, assisting Senator Bryan in this matter. As he points out, there is an extended history on the property, and I think some of it is relevant. I'd like to put that in the record, because there were some contrary assumptions made by some of our concerned neighbors, and I thought it would be good if we started from a common basis of understanding. First of all, this parcel in its entirety has never been zoned rural neighborhood preservation, isn't zoned rural neighborhood preservation today, and in fact, the zoning came in from the county, and the county had this as an RE property, and RE historically in the county has been a holding zone. And what is told to people who are in the situation of owning a parcel like this, as Mr. Becker was, is that you cannot develop it at any density or at any intensity while in the county, because the city provides the services on the site. And therefore, there may be people who felt they were told that this would always be rural land, and that simply is not so. What they may have heard was that while it's in the county can't provide services, and so to be developed at any normal urban density or intensity, it would have to be annexed to the city. And as you know, Mr. Becker has annexed this property to the city, a property that he's owned for 30 years and is ready to develop. Toward that end, I would also point out that although the area east of Eula, still in the county, is all RE, that it also has not actually been brought into the RNP zoning district. It's in a category in which they are qualified to request RNP status here. But what it comes down to is this property has never been rural neighborhood preservation as to zoning. It was brought in from the county with its existing zoning of RE, and the county did not put a rural neighborhood preservation mandate on it. And even the properties to the east, which clearly should be RNP, have actually never been zoned RNP. They're just RE as well. So this property appeared to Mr. Becker to be ready for development in accordance with the ordinary course of the city's actions, across the street from commercial, across the street from higher density residential, in an area generally that is developing. Now, the neighbors also felt that they had been told that when intense development, which a shopping center can be, is brought in, that there was a requirement of kind of a step-down buffer, that there had to be a row of houses and then maybe some condominiums, and then, you know, maybe you could do something different. That isn't the city standard. The city standard requires that kind of buffer. If Mr. Becker was here asking for higher density residential, that's the buffering standard, is not to put, let us say, R4 apartments right up against single-family residential. Your standard in the city for commercial in a residential area generally is a buffering standard that's done physically with setbacks, restrictions on height, and landscaping. Mr. Becker's plan not only meets all those standards, but exceeds it substantially with almost twice the landscaping around the property, such that none of the neighbors will feel impinged upon. And I would point out that the property is surrounded by 4 streets, so it doesn't abut any residences anyway, but it is clearly in the neighborhood of the residences. I mean, somewhat unlike the commercial across the street, which is abutting residential, Mr. Becker's property is isolated by streets, but he's gone well beyond the buffering standards here on Wittig and here on Eula and throughout the property. And to show you what that would look like with the plantings he's contemplating from the neighbor's point of view, the answer is from Eula or from Wittig, he's going to be looking at a forest, basically, or the neighbors are going to look at a forest. And so he's met all of those standards. The height is well within the height adjacency rules you handle. The uses in question are C1 uses, and that was, by the way, an issue that the staff brought out when he first filed. He felt he would file for what is his normal general commercial. The staff encouraged him to apply for service commercial, which he did. So he's met all those standards as to buffering. One more point in terms of correcting the record, kind of the assertion has been made that because of vacancies in commercial around, that there's no need for this center. There is a need for this center, and the vacancies in these mini centers that you see around are caused by the failure to have an appropriate anchor. This property is proposed to be anchored by a grocery store, and Mr. Becker has been constantly successful with that kind of center. Lastly, we would point out, just to emphasize what the senator just said, that although we knew after the neighbor meeting that our immediate neighbors were against us on the matter, they simply didn't want the project. Clearly, it's aerially, or if you wish, regionally appropriate, because the overwhelming majority of people from the surroundings, not the abutting properties, have supported the application.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to open this for public comment. I am going to ask all of you to remember that we have 3 microphones up here. I'd like you lined up at least 2 of them, just so that we can keep this going. If you would do me the favor of trying not to repeat what's been said already. And did you choose someone to represent you? Am I going to give someone 5 minutes?
Yes, sir. Well, we have about half a dozen that would like to represent the 30 or 40 people here.
well, I can give one of you 5 minutes. The rest will get 1 minute.
All right, we have people. I'd like to start. I'm Ricky Malone. I live at 9786 Shimmering Falls Court. One of my homes is actually within the circle boundary, 1,000-foot circle. I'd like to start off by talking about previous zoning actions that the applicant talked about earlier. Yes, it has been RE, a holding zone, since day one. However, in the early 2000s, around 2006, there was an interlocal agreement between the city and the county that basically established the Providence plan development. At the same time, told the residents of the RNP, and it is RNP, or at least the residents believe it's an RNP, that Wallapai would be the boundary to that RNP. What that did is it provided reasonable expectation to the existing owners as well as buyers. I bought 2 years ago. When I bought, I looked at the plan, and it said, oh, RNP, RE, all around. I felt very comfortable moving in there, even though it's just off of Elkhorn, which I knew would be finished at some point. But it gave me security because I believed that the city and county had planned that this area would be preserved as a rural neighborhood. Since then, the interlocal agreement has expired, but yet the promise is still there to the homeowners who live there. But since then, some of the property along Wallapai has been rezoned out of RE into more dense, but still medium density property, but not commercial. So that RMP has been further reduced. Again, as he said, he's owned it for 31 years. In 2013, the county refused his request for rezoning and kept it at RE. We had a neighborhood meeting on September 22nd. As the staff report shows, 35 or 37 public attendees were opposed to the project. And we offered to work with the applicant if he wanted to build homes or go into residential, even more dense residential. We had no further contact with the homeowner. By the way, he says he had a professional come around and survey. I live within 1,000 feet of the property. No one came to my door, and I'm retired. I live there all the time. My wife's there all the time. No one knocked on my door. The vast majority of the people in the immediate area, when I say the immediate area, within 1,000 feet, as you will see, another speaker is going to talk about a petition that we have. We have over 100 signatures also, property owners. The vast majority oppose. If this commercial is allowed to exist in this particular spot, it's going to set a precedent that is going to attack all RMPs and basically all general neighborhoods if anybody wants to come in. I'm going to turn it over to other speakers so I don't take up so much time, but we strongly oppose this applicant.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Michelle Dishon, 9690 Wittig Avenue. I wanted to show this paper that's of the sign that's actually on site, and it clearly states that this is a portion of the RNP. I know there's been some discrepancy on if it is or not. I do live in the RNP, so I don't know what map some people are looking at, but that's where I live, is at RNP. The neighbors next to this property and also Providence, there are a few that are the ones that are affected are greatly opposed to this. I wanted to show a map too, I don't know if you can see that. Oh, there it is. The proposed site is in yellow, and when the city of Las Vegas developed their Centennial Hills master plan, the idea was to keep most of the commercial along the corridor on Durango. We spoke with Councilman Ross, and he said that was kind of the intention of the town center, to keep commercial there. Indeed, it is mostly there on Durango. However, you can see across the street from the site there is, yes, a gas station and a car wash. It's just a small little walking area for the people who live in the area to walk to. Not a lot of traffic, not a lot of cars, believe it or not.
I'm going to give you some more time. I think you came up thinking you were speaking on behalf of some of the residents. Is that still the case?
Yes, am I okay?
Was that true of both of you?
Yes.
I'm going to give you both 3 minutes.
Do you want us to, yeah, I can talk really fast, believe me.
Your minute's already up, so take
Okay.
2 more.
I'll go fast. Tonight we did see also the approval of 33 and 34. We were always under the impression that this site here would always be commercial, and that is, a fairly large arterial there at 215. The proposed site is not. That's our backyard. So we would like to keep the commercial currently where it's already at, and then obviously where it'll be zoned at 215 in Hualapai. In addition, I drove a few of the, 10 of the Becker properties that were on the west end this week. 6 of those had bars and taverns, and I know that would require a special use permit, so I guess I can't be concerned about that now, but that does kind of concern me a little bit, having children close by to this. Lastly, real quick, I did see a traffic engineer study that was done, and it said if homes were allowed into this area, which would be roughly like 30, I think it's 30 houses or so, there'd be like 31 trips made between the hours of 4 and 6 p.m. However, if this 50,000 square foot commercial development, and I think this one's actually 60,000, were approved in the same area, the number of trips between 4 and 6 p.m. are 562. So that was a 1,712% increase. So quite not something we want to have in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my name's Kathleen Bruce. I live at 9880 Elkhorn. My house is right here at Elkhorn and Eula. I live on a 2-acre parcel, and I've owned the property since 1992. I've lived there since 2000. By now, you've probably read the staff report, and even in the staff report, it finds that this is not a designated commercial urban hub in the master plan, and approval would not be in the general welfare of the public. And I agree. I mean, this is going to bring traffic to our neighborhood, more crime, light pollution, 24-hour facilities into a rural neighborhood. It makes the R&P parcels that are nearby much less desirable for anybody who's ever looking, if we try to sell our property to anybody who's ever trying to look for something in the R&P. No one's going to want this. 2 acres next to a fast food. It's not really appealing. In addition, we have some concern about with the gas station there, because a lot of us are on wells, and there could be some possible groundwater contamination. In general, we feel it would really reduce our quality of life. In addition, this parcel was always intended to be the buffer zone from the very low density, working its way to Providence to the west, which is, much higher density. This project just disregards all those rules. And it really strips us of our neighborhood. We have a lot of children, and most of us are retirees. We plan to stay there, for the rest of our lives. And this developer he was aware that this was a residential area when he purchased it. I mean, I purchased my lot in 1992. I knew it was a rural area, and it was zoned for 2 houses per acre. And our neighborhood was never intended to allow this kind of commercial development. And finally, this proposed project is inappropriate, and it can't even, a commercial project cannot be designed to fit in with the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Randy Stearns. I live at 9865 Elkhorn Road. I live across from Kathy, although there is an empty lot next to me where a house is going to be going in. This not only negatively affects the RMP, but it also negatively affects the Providence neighborhood, who live just to the west of the RMP. The Providence Master Plan developed a neighborhood commercial service within their master plan, not unlike other master planned areas around the Northwest, Sun City, Cliffs Edge, and additional is not needed. Providence and Focus Group continues to promote their master plan as a storybook-style, quaint neighborhood, lush in landscape, stroller-friendly, quiet neighborhood lifestyle. This Becker proposed commercial building would negatively impact all that. The City of Las Vegas has a land use plan that includes protection of the RMP, which our neighborhood is RMP. Those who purchased in the RMP purchased with the reasonable expectation that both city and county would preserve the unique character and low density of the existing RMP areas in perpetuity. Rural neighborhood preservation. The word preservation was legally bestowed upon this area decades ago. The word preservation tells us that this is a long-term promise from the City of Las Vegas. If this proposed project is approved by the City of Las Vegas, it will set a terrible precedent that affects all of Las Vegas residents and will put all the RMP acres throughout Las Vegas at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening again. I am Bridget Salve, residing at 7030 North Conquistador Street. I have a photograph that I'm going to put on the overhead. It's just a single image. Our cameraman will have to straighten out the image, and hopefully it won't go dark.
Maybe you could turn your phone. There you go.
There we go. I have the use of that image from my neighbor himself. He was out horseback riding just the other day, to give you an idea. So if you'll indulge me, I'm just going to read a short. It is the goal, and has been the goal, of the city planners to design various areas within the community for the residents' mixed and varied lifestyles, whether it be downtown, commercial intense areas, residential living, or rural residential's low densities. Just as some people choose to live downtown with its active and creative lifestyle, fast pace, others buy homes within planned communities and lushly planted walkways, paseos, and gatherings. Some purchase homes in retirement communities with planned activities and structure. Still others buy property, build their homes in an RNP style, seeking a different quality of life, quieter, slower, less hustle bustle. The unique beauty of each RNP provides that alternative to denser living. Homes on acreage like 5, 2.5, 1 acre, and half-acre lots, each with unique characteristics for their estate property. Some homeowners came to the RMP seeking open desert landscape. Others mix it up with greenery, pools, and large yards for their children. Some have horses, and I'm sure it went dark, like my neighbor who is here in attendance. And they have arenas, areas for training and preparing their horses for shows. Each homeowner in the RMP throughout all of town has chosen the quieter lifestyle, less intensity, slower pace that these areas provide. Historically, you as the planners have assisted and nurtured this quieter lifestyle by diligently and smartly incorporating multi-use trails, and have wisely promoted less intensity as each RNP area becomes fully developed, as that infill happens. You have aided our specific area with reduction in traffic intensity, reduced light pollution, supporting developers that have built half-acre estate homes, like Toll Brothers, to name one, have negotiated on our behalf with other developers for appropriate housing buffers with lower residential intensity. And there are others in the room tonight that have represented those developers.
Can I ask you, I've let you go way over, how much?
One paragraph.
Okay.
Just because I'm reading slower, so it wouldn't be real fast.
All right.
The applicant's resident to spot zone this 10-acre as service commercial property along the very heart of the rural RNP disrupts the intent of the city's own master plan that seeks to protect, preserve, and buffer the uniqueness of the RMP areas throughout all of town. This request to amend the general plan and rezone is not compatible land use for this neighborhood, would forever set a negative precedent and diminish our neighborhood. I request that this Planning Commission deny this applicant.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the rest of you to keep your remarks to 1 minute so we can keep moving.
I'm a speaker, I'll try, but I'm not real fast. I'm also a teacher, so I'm afraid.
Well,
yeah, I'll do my best. My name is Mary Sanders.
If you'll just keep an eye on the clock right behind that monitor. Can you see it?
No.
Look behind it.
Behind it.
Behind the monitor. There you go.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, I'm
Starting
Mary
now.
Sanders. I live at 9945 Wittig Avenue, and so I'm across for this proposed grocery store, and I moved there, and I literally moved my house 16 years ago because of the Beltway. I'm for development, but I'm for good development. And this particular, yes, I sold my house to the county, and then I had to buy it back, and I moved it out there, and I rehabbed that house. I put several $100,000 into that home. I love that area, and so do my neighbors. We're here to speak because we're so impassioned by it. This particular center, what they are proposing, will increase traffic. It's also going to increase the potential for accidents to happen with children coming to fast food restaurants after school. There's a school over in Providence. Let me just say that we appreciate the planning staff recommending denial of it because it should be denied. There was a neighborhood meeting on September 22nd, and there were 35 of the 37 attendees that opposed it. However, we also said to Mr. Becker and to his family, we would work with them. We'd like them to go back to what they originally suggested, which was having residential homes that they had originally produced in this valley. So we'd like to see them build some good homes or sell it to a developer that would build homes so the nature of the area continues as it is. We also went out and did our own petitions, and we went house to house. We went both sides of Wallapai to the Providence area, and we got over 116 signatures so far with 102 households. We'd like to request that the planning staff and the planning commission basically check the validity of those petitions offered by the applicant. We have heard that they were standing on street corners, and they were also standing in the shopping center across the way on Wallapai, so we recommend that that validity be checked.
All right,
The last thing I'd like to,
I'm
the
sorry,
last thing
Ms.
I'm going to
Sanders.
say, and I'll step aside.
I've let you go way over.
Yeah, I know. This is spot zoning, and it's wrong for the community. We really plead and ask you to deny it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gary Goodwin. I live at 9727 Shimmering Falls Court. I have to say at first, I envy you guys for sitting through these things all constantly. It's just amazing. I only have 2 quick points. The first being, as Mary had brought up, the petition that was submitted. I would like to submit this, which was the letter that their professional surveyors had, basically not telling the people that it was going to be a gas station and fast food restaurants. They solely told them, it's a grocery store and a bank, and you're going to get a couple restaurants and all the great amenities that you want. Second thing is you approved 33 and 34, which was the Providence LLC tonight, for the expansion of that. I contacted a commercial real estate broker and was able to obtain a copy of the proposed site. And they also let me know that most of that property that they are developing at that Deer Springs and Wallapai, which is 4/10 of a mile from this proposed site, is pre-leased. So I'd like to submit that to you also.
Thank
And basically, I'm done.
Thank you. Good evening.
I need less than 30 seconds.
All right, we'll see.
Okay. My name is Mark Simon. I live at 9780 Whittick Avenue, which is like down the street from this. I was just going to give you a feel for what's going on in that area. I own a horse property. I own horses, up to 25 of them, with cows if we want. Other people in the neighborhood have horses, so I don't see where that's a good mix, you know, to have people riding their horses and then the cars and all the commercial and all. I just don't see it's a good fit. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
You did it. Thank you. All right, does anyone else wish to be heard, either for or against these items?
I do. Real
If
quick.
there's anyone else, you can come up to the mic, please.
Trevor Dish, 9690 Whittick Avenue. Just a couple quick comments. Everybody's already talked about. With the approval of the property on Hualapai and Deer Springs, I hardly see that there's a need for 2 grocery stores that are a strong, you know, good golf drive apart from each other. This really lends itself to being somewhat of a bait and switch potential, because I don't see 2 properties being that close actually being viable in the neighborhood. So I'd like you to take that into consideration as well when you approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy Fulham, 7280 North Eula Street. I'm walking distance from the proposed property. I just, for the record, want to strongly oppose this and agree with what has been said from the neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kelly Olmstead. We're at 9895 Elkhorn. We are directly across the street from this. And I just want to quickly say, my husband and I saved all of our money to be able to afford this land for our family. We had no intention, and there was no plan and no possibility that there would be. This has already been shut down as commercial. It was going to stay quiet homes so my boys could go ride their bikes in the front, so I can walk across the street to the church or go for a jog with my 2-year-old, and allowing this to be commercial. Even Wayla, where it's set, that would put delivery trucks coming right next to my backyard with my children playing, not to mention all the other traffic and incidents that bring along with that. And the prospect of allowing such an intense thing just breaks my heart, and I greatly agree and concur with everything that's been said, and please oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pat Goodwin. I'm at 9727 Shimmering Falls. And I just wanted to say that I personally walked through the neighborhoods of Providence myself, and of all the people that I talked to, I did not have anybody in the Providence area. When I told them exactly what was going to be there with the car wash, the gas station, and the fast food, that was in favor of the project, and also we did get signatures from them when I walked through there. That's all I want to say.
Denise Tropia Kelly, 9681 Solar Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. I strongly oppose this. I've been up in this area for 15 years now. I've seen the encroachment on our RMP, and this needs to be preserved. I oppose this. Thank you.
Okay. Have we finished? All right, I'll ask the applicants to come back up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, we'll be brief, recognizing you had a long agenda. Representations were made here about the nature of the survey that was conducted. The individual who conducted the survey is here. This evening, I'd like to have her respond to the assertion that these signatures were gathered by people standing on the corner. Her name is Anna Vaverka. I believe I'm pronouncing that name correctly.
Thank you. Hi, Anna Vaverka, 1442 White Drive. I and 3 others went out to over 500 homes knocking on doors. We did not stand at corners asking random people. We went into the neighborhoods, we knocked on all of them.
Yeah, I think so.
From here, thank you. I believe this is Egan. This is Doral. This would be Conquistador over here. And then the northern street, I apologize, is Severance Lane to the north. We had knocked on all of the doors within there. Some of those homes, of course, you're not going to get them, everybody. But it was Saturday and Sunday between Saturday and Sunday, the 3rd and the 4th, between 10 and 5 p.m. that we went and knocked on doors.
And that's the only place you got signatures?
Oh, yes, that is the only place we got signatures. We didn't go outside of this neighborhood to collect signatures.
If, Mr. Chairman, we might be able to introduce, there is a colored map there that indicates precisely what Ms. Verker was indicating are the doors that were knocked upon, and it's color-coded indicating those that support. As you may recall, 508 doors were knocked on, 190 people were home and responded, 146 indicated they supported, which is 77%. And the other thing I thought might be helpful is to get another bit of an overhead view here of the intensity of the area right across to the west of Wallaby. And Mr. Borgell, I believe, would like to make a response. If I might just also add, with respect to working with the neighbors, obviously they have indicated they don't want the project. We understand that. But we did close EULA, and we did indicate that with respect to the site plan within the development, we were certainly open to any suggestion they had in terms of reconfiguring. And I'll defer to Mr. Borgell now, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, for your patience with us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just one more try at clarifying the situation so that when we get to the next level, we have facts before us. This parcel has never been and is not today, the parcel in question, zoned RNP. And the county knows how to zone things RNP, and they did not. And the city absorbed it as the RE zoning it is today. There is a map outstanding from years ago, which, as was pointed out by the neighbors, that suggested areas that could be zoned RNP. That's on the master plan that was inherited from the county from years back. And certainly it could be zoned RNP, but never has been, isn't today. And pursuant to a state legislation, and I'll quote from the county's incorporation of the state legislation into the code, which is how the city got this land, and that is RNP buffer need not include property within 330 feet of an arterial street. And then it goes on to define the RNP buffer area, and after a long description of what a buffer is, it says excluding arterial street frontage. And so the parcel in question for the front half on Wallapai is in essence permanently excluded from RNP status by the legislative guidance which the county followed and the city has respected. And although it isn't reflected in any of your maps, the north half of the remaining parcel is also adjacent to an arterial street. So 3/4 of this site is unsuitable for low-density, low-intensity use. Mr. Becker has proposed a use he thought was appropriate for the area.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public comment, and let's discuss this as a planning commission.
I think he needs to stand here.
Commissioner Cherry?
Mr. Chair, through you, I spent some time talking to some applicants and also talking to the to the homeowners and to the applicant's representation, trying to understand both sides of this. And I did drive out there and went around, and I feel it is too much of a variance from what it's currently allowed for. I feel like we do need to have some type of buffer from on the Eula side with residential. You know, if this was a site plan that I saw that came forward that had residential with a very small portion on Wallapai, I think I'd have a tougher time being opposed to this application. I just feel that it's too much commercial at this point going into the neighborhood. But like I said, you know, what would I be comfortable with would be some type of buffer of residential and transition to Wallapai if there was going to be commercial. So at this point, I don't think I'll be supporting the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Creer.
Can somebody, staff, definitively clarify, because I drove this area and I saw that sign, and the sign said RNP, and we've had discussion back and forth. It is RNP, it's not RNP. It seems like it either is or it is not. It's not really subject to debate. So can somebody clarify that? Because the sign does say it. I drove by the sign.
Regarding there's a couple of things working here. First of all, there's the land use designation in the master plan, and part of the parcels are land use designation in the city as RNP. We have a land use designation called Rural Neighborhood Preservation. When we annex properties into the city from the county, we bring over the closest master plan equivalent and the zoning equivalent to match our codes. The zoning itself is RE. In the city of Las Vegas, we do not have an RNP zoning. We have an RNP overlay. The city of Las Vegas adopted an ordinance at the time when the state legislation was passed, and we have an RNP overlay. This neighborhood and this area is not part of the city's designated RNP overlay. So the land use is RNP. We have a land use called Rural Neighborhood Preservation that allows up to 2 units per acre. Then we have rural land use designation that allows up to 2.49 units per acre. And that was the county equivalent on these 2 parcels when they were annexed into the city. The zoning itself is RE as stated, and it is not in an RNP overlay district of the city of Las Vegas.
So how does the sign say
once again,
RE, and then right underneath it says RNP?
RNP is the general plan designation, the master plan designation. The city does have a master plan designation which dictates the density allowed for residential, which is RNP, Rural Neighborhood Preservation, and that is 2 units per the acre. It's the equivalent to what the county had on their master plan, which is 2 units to the acre. I'm not sure what their land use designation is called off the top of my head, and then the other portion was up to 2.59 or up to 2.49, which in our code is, in our master plan, is R rural.
So this RMP is strictly for density?
Correct, correct. And that was brought over as part of the annexation process.
Okay, thank you.
Let me go ahead and make a few comments. I think the first thing that I want to do is, we were handed the petition from some of the surrounding neighbors in support of this, and I just think it's important that I read into the record what it says at the top of this, not for one way or the other, but just generally so that everyone understands. As a resident at the address listed below, I believe that the proposed development of a shopping center on the southeast corner of Elkhorn and Hualapai will bring important services to the area and will have minimal negative impact to my neighborhood. The second thing, I know that there have been ongoing discussions, particularly with the Mayor Pro Tem's office, and although I think I can represent that he is in favor of development at this parcel, perhaps even service commercial down the road. At this point, he is not in favor of this project as presented, and I too share his concerns. I don't think it's compatible with the surrounding area residential uses. We've heard a strong showing from the neighbors expressing their concerns tonight. I just think it's too intense a use, and therefore, in the end, after really carefully considering this, I'm going to be following staff's recommendations for denial. Commissioner Slotman.
Mayor,
Yes, Mr.
I'm going to ask you to hold your applause,
I just have a
please.
quick comment.
After Commissioner Slotman.
Mr. Chairman, just a few comments, and I'm not going to echo everybody else's comments, but when originally looking at this site, and I met with the applicants, and what they represented to me is what they represented to us today, and I had a couple of conversation or phone calls from neighbors, and so I think with having the entrance exit on Eula and also on Elkhorn was one of my greatest concerns. I mean, they did put a considerable amount of landscape and a buffer in between that neighborhood, but that serves as a buffer for not viewing the property. However, it doesn't serve as a buffer for, you know, the additional traffic load that it'll put into that neighborhood. And if you look around at the aerial map, you'll see, you know, 1 and 2 units per acre, and some of these 1 unit per 3 acres. And so Elkhorn's not built out yet. As soon as this project's built out, Elkhorn will be constructed. And I think we're just introducing just a tremendous amount of traffic into that neighborhood. And it might have been a little bit different if we just had the Hualapai entrance and exit. Due to those concerns right there, I don't think I would be able to support this item.
Commissioner Quinn.
Yeah, briefly, I just want to say to the neighbors how important it is for you to come and speak to us, because the quality of your lives are as important to us as the quantity of a great project that I'm sure the Beckers would build. When you still have horse properties and 1 and 2 and 5 acre lots, I mean, that just doesn't happen anymore. And it's our job to help you preserve them and also help it, you know, work for everybody, including the Beckers. But tonight, I will not support the shopping center, and I appreciate all of you coming out. Would you like me to make a motion?
I'd be happy for you to make a motion.
Thank you. With that,
hang on. Commissioner Slotman.
I do want to make one last comment. I mean, even though this isn't being approved at this level, and I don't know if it's going to council or not, I mean, at some point, this will be developed. And, you know, considering that it's directly on Hualapai,
right,
it could be developed greater than, you know, than RE. And the applicant might come back and look at doing something like that. And if it's, you know, a more intense use, but residential or something else, I just want the neighbors to be open-minded, to be able to have a buffer. I mean, that this is transitional between Hualapai and, you know, the residential estates in your little community. So it happens time and time again where the community comes out and they just keep shooting things down left and right. And eventually, this commission has to say, well, if the neighbors don't want anything, we're not going to let that property go vacant forever. So I just want the neighbors to be open-minded if these developers go back or come back with a different site plan. That's my final comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Creer, did you have a comment before we
Yeah,
hear
real
a
quick.
motion?
I've known the Beckers and his family for years, and they are wonderful individuals. I mean, tremendous servants of the community, have contributed so much. Mr. Brogel, Senator Bryan are all great people. I know that there's a compromise that can be made to develop this property properly. I did drive out to the property. I can understand. I drove by Mary's home, and I saw where it's located, and she's sort of out there, and she'd be right there around the buffer in the zone, and I could see how a lot of people would not want that. I do live in a rural neighborhood per R&P, whatever. I don't know if it's an overlay or if it's a bottom line. People have horses. They have, I always say I wake up to the sound of roosters and chickens and those type of things. So I can understand where you're coming from. I hope that something can be done, though, to figure out the best use for this property. Mr. Becker has owned this property for a long time. He deserves the right as a business owner to develop this and to make money off this property. I mean, he's had it. He invested his time and his talent and his treasures into this, and he deserves to have a right to generate the proper income from it. And without people like him, then this community wouldn't be the wonderful community that it is. So hopefully you guys will work with each other to figure out what's best there. Thank you.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you. I can certainly understand the confusion on some of the homeowners out there where it's, I've heard the explanations between the zoning and the overlays and the county's plan and the city's plan. And while I understand the explanations, I can see where someone that does this just on the few times where their neighborhood is going to be so impacted that I just wish there was an easier way we could explain that. People think they've bought a Cadillac and lo and behold, they bought a Pinto, and it just doesn't seem right. But I will share some of my colleagues' concerns for this. It appears as though Wallapai is the dividing line between the, certainly not RNP because that doesn't exist, but whatever in the world they do have there seems to change drastically. And, as a planning commissioner, I want to make sure I'm not violating the law. If someone is entitled to develop their property to the highest and best use, I've got to have a good reason to say no. Otherwise, we all go to court. That being the case, though, I'm still not sure this is the highest and best use for that neighborhood. If you go to the east of Havappi, that's where all the signatures came from. And when you look at this particular photograph that's being shown now, it doesn't take a genius or a zoning professional to understand if there's something happens along Wallapai, Havappi, however you want to pronounce it. And this parcel here just seems a bit much. And so if we're ready, I could make a motion, but I know I'm going to disappoint some people that I've worked with for years and understand the quality of the products that they bring forward, but this needs some more work, and hopefully you can get together with the people and do a little more work and come back. I think a major step is getting rid of that access point from Eula. That might work wonders, and then moving some things around might happen, and some of the other features that are there may or may not be as objectionable as others, and I think that something could be worked out. So having said that, I'd make a motion on these. Yep. On General Plan Amendment 61055, I would make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation for denial of the project.
Please vote. By the way, a yes vote is for denial. The motion carries.
In regards to rezoning related to the general plan amendment, that would be zoning 61 056, I'd make a recommendation to support staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion is to deny item 44. Please vote. Motion carries.
And the third one, the site development review, 61057, I would also make the motion to accept staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion is for denial of item 45. Please vote. Motion carries, and I just want to note Commissioner Flangus's abstention on all three of those items.
Mr. Chairman, items 43, 44, and 45 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 18th, 2015.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for your time and courtesy.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going 2.5 hours. We are going to take about a 15-minute recess.
Criticism is well accepted. We realize we name things almost exactly the same, which drives, so we have an RMP overlay, and we have an RMP land use, and we have RMP zoning in the county.
I don't even know what the hell an R&D
You live in RE with a general, I believe your general plan is R, rural, but you're in an RMP.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're ready to begin again. I'll call the meeting back to order. We are on numbers 49 and 50. These are related items. Beginning with item 49, MOD 61039. The applicant is Pulte Homes of Nevada et al. The owner is Howard Hughes Company, LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a Summerlin major modification of an approved development plan for Village 26 at the northwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard and Clark County 215 in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. And item 50, TMP 60968, Summerlin Village 26, Reverence Phase 1, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a master plan village containing 323 single-family residential lots, 1 multifamily residential lot, and 14 large POD lots in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman.
I said POD, those are pod lots, correct?
Correct, a pod.
Sorry.
Thank you. In 2006, a development plan for Village 26 was approved by the City Council. Since that time, market conditions have changed, and as such, the developer of the property are proposing to amend the development plan to reflect current conditions. The reconfiguration of the developer parcels is minor, and the basic internal and external land use relationships are similar to those approved in 2006, as well as the overall density of the village has been decreased. Staff is in support of the proposed development plan and associated tentative map with full understanding that developers still subject to all requirements of the Village 10, 11, 12, and 26 Development Agreement as Summerlin Development Centers and any other private requirements from the master developer. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Gee, 1555 South Rainbow. I'm here on behalf of the applicants. The applicants do agree to staff conditions, and we respectfully request the approval of these two applications.
Thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on either of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission? Commissioner Flangus?
Mr. Chairman, seeing none, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Item 49, MOD 61039, move to approve.
Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 50, TMP 60968, move to approve.
Please vote. Motion also carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, items 49 and 50 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 18th, 2015.
Okay, items 51 through 56 are related. Beginning with 51, MOD 61253, the applicant owner is Farm and Durango Investors, LLC, for possible action on a request for a major modification of the Town Center Land Use Plan to amend the special land use designation from Service Commercial Town Center to General Commercial Town Center on the east side of Durango Drive, approximately 375 feet south of Farm Road in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 52 is SUP 61067 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 5,000 square foot restaurant with service bar use with 1,500 square feet of outdoor seating area at the southwest corner of Farm Road and Durango Drive. Service Commercial Town Center, special land use designation. Sorry, I got caught up in all of those parentheses. In Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 53, SUP 61068, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 12,900 square foot packaged liquor off-sale establishment use in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 54, SUP 61071, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment within a proposed 30,000 square foot general retail store in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 55, SDR 61074, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 65,935 square foot shopping center with waivers of the Town Center Standards Manual and Title 1908 to allow mini-mall commercial buildings to be located away from public rights-of-way and landscape buffers, and to allow one 40-foot tall pylon sign where 24 feet is allowed in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And item 56, TMP 61075, Farm in Durango, a commercial subdivision for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a one-lot commercial subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, while a shopping center is appropriate use for the site, the proposed design does not adhere to all the town center principles regarding maintenance of a street wall along the major streets and de-emphasis of an auto-oriented development. This requirement is intended to sequester the parking field on the interior of the shopping center and to provide a more pedestrian-friendly environment along the right-of-way. The applicant claims that due to the unusual shape of the site, the required light is unpractical. However, the existing shopping centers to the northeast, north, and northwest also are situated in irregular shaped parcels, but were still designed in conformance with town center development standards. The proposed parking fields could be designed wholly on the interior of the site with the rearrangement of the buildings. Staff therefore recommends denial of the accompanying site development plan review, but approval of the land use change and other related applications. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. If approved, staff would like to delete condition number 6 and amend condition number 11 of item number 55 SDR 61074 to read as follows. Provide 56 shade trees at the end of parking rows in conformance with the Town Center Development Standards Manual, section C.2.B. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you say delete condition 6 and amend condition 11?
That is correct.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight representing Lorich Properties on the application. In the interest of time, I'd like to just talk about the site plan review. We do appreciate staff recommending approval of all of the other items. With respect to item number 55, which is the site plan review, as you can see on the overhead, we have designed the center. The buildings are set back away from the street. As I mentioned earlier, Hank Gordon has developed a number of shopping centers all around town, and from his experience, the retailers that he brings like to have their buildings set back with parking in front and the doors oriented more towards the street frontages. Obviously, this isn't in compliance with town center development standards, so we did have to ask for a waiver. We did also note, though, that, you know, in our humble opinion, it is an odd-shaped parcel, but what really drives the need for the buildings to be set back is just in working with the retailers that we're going to bring to the site. They like to have it step back. We are proposing to do a Sprouts in this building. On the true corner, there is proposed to be a CVS. Thank you very much. On the true corner, we are proposing to do a CVS here. This would have been the Sprouts in this location. And then down over here, we are proposing a restaurant. It's my understanding it's a Rosati's Pizza, and they're so popular in the area, there is an additional one coming. So they are looking to bring another site here. We are asking for the waivers, and we do agree with the request to delete condition number 6 and then add the revised condition that Peter read into the record to add the trees. One final comment that I do want to make for the record, we did do our neighborhood meeting. I would say that the only negative comment that we heard is initially we were proposing 2 40-foot tall pylon signs on Durango and Farm. As the site sits down a little bit in a hole off of Durango, we maintained the 40-foot pylon sign there, but at the request of the neighbor, we removed the 40-foot tall pylon sign on Farm Road, and we are complying with code and doing a 24-foot sign on Farm Road. So we would ask you to approve the application with the amended conditions read by staff.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on any of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, question for Ms. Lazovich. Is the pylon sign existing or proposed?
It's proposed.
For on-site advertising?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions.
I appreciate your willingness to comply with the revised conditions with respect to item 55, and with that, I'm in support of all of the items.
Mr. Chairman, seeing no further discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Beginning with item number 51, which is MOD 61253, move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 51. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 52, SUP 61067, move to approve.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 53, which is SUP 61068, move to approve.
Please vote. Commissioner Creer? Just delay in the digital signal coming through. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 54, SUP 61071, move to approve.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 55, move to approve SDR 461074, subject to the new conditions of the deleted condition and the amended condition as outlined by staff.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 56, which is TMP 61075, move to approve.
Please vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 18th, 2015.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, beginning with item 57, we have 5 related items. ZON 61027, the applicant is Thomas Showman. The owner is L. Walker LLC for possible action on a request for a rezoning from professional office and parking to high-density residential on the southeast corner of Bonneville Avenue and 8th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 58, VAR 61029, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a proposed 8-foot tall wall where 5 feet, the top 3 feet, 50% open, is the maximum height allowed in the front yard, to allow a 0-foot corner side yard setback where 5 feet is required for a proposed 3-unit multifamily development, and a 0-foot corner side and rear yard setback for an accessory structure, Class 2 carport, where 3 feet is required in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 59 is VAR 61030 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 21-foot residential adjacency setback where 81 feet is required for a proposed 3-unit multifamily development, and a 21-foot residential adjacency setback for a proposed trash enclosure where 50 feet is the minimum required in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 60, VAR 61032, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 4 parking spaces where 6 parking spaces are required in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. And item 61, SDR 61033, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a 2-story, 3-unit multifamily development with waivers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the south perimeter where 8 feet is required, a 0-foot landscape buffer along the north perimeter where 15 feet is required, and a 4-foot landscape buffer along the west perimeter where 15 feet is required, again in Ward 3, and staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, although the site development plan review includes variances, waivers, and exception, the proposal represents urban housing which will contribute to a vibrant urban environment in the downtown area. As such, the proposed development is consistent with policies 2.15 and 262 of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan, which encourage neighborhood revitalization through a variety of incentives, including relaxation of setback requirements and the development of 2-, 3-, and 4-plex housing opportunities. Therefore, staff is in support of the proposed site development plan review and all associated applications and recommends approval. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name's Tom Schuman. I'm the owner, applicant, and architect for the project, and I'm thrilled with the staff's comments and certainly in support of their approval and look forward to your endorsement, hopefully. And I'm really here just to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on any of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And is there any discussion on the commission?
I just have a
Commissioner Quinn?
brief comment. What a wonderful project. Really.
Thank you very much. I
Bravo.
think the time's appropriate.
It's really nice.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, you know, I've known Tom for about a year now. He was, a disclosure, he was going to be an investor on a project that we actually build, but early in the stages, not an investor of ours, but an investor to the people that we're building for. Early in that process, he pulled off, and we have no financial interest amongst ourselves. And so anyways, but I do know that Tom has presented before us a different project on 8th and
Bonneville and 6th, actually.
Bonneville and 6th, and that was a beautiful project, and I think you were planning on building those as rental units. Anyways,
Go ahead.
but I'd like to see these projects get off the ground. We have a housing shortage in downtown. I'm personally building townhomes in downtown, completing about 60 of them over the past 10 years, and have plans on building a couple hundred more. And you know, we just need more people to come and do what you're doing and bring in more residential downtown, because there's definitely a need.
Since you mentioned 6th and Bonneville, that's still going forward. Actually, working with the adjacent property owner, so we're hoping we'll come back before council, before commission with a larger project, 3 lots instead of 1.
Great. And, you know, a lot of these projects in downtown, they just can't meet the residential adjacency setbacks. And, I mean, we have to give some flexibility on these projects just so we'll be able to build and building to, you know, lot lines and so on and so forth. So saying that, I would be willing, if there's no other comments, be willing to go ahead and make a motion for it.
Please do.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, on item number 57, ZON 61027, I would move to approve, subject staff's conditions.
Motion is to approve item 58. Please vote. I'm sorry, 57. Let me restate that. Motion is to approve item 57. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 58, VAR 61029, I would move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 59, VAR 61030, move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 60, VAR 61032, I'd move to approve following subject to staff's conditions.
Motion is to approve item 60. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 61, SDR 61033, move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Mr. Chairman, items 57, 58, 59, 60, and 61 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 18th, 2015.
We are now to related items 63 and 64. 63 is VAR 60673. The applicant is APC Towers, and the owner is Louise Ann Brenda Living Trust. for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 13 feet, where a minimum of 240 feet is required at 7941 North Jones Boulevard in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 64 is SUP 60674 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 80-foot tall wireless communication facility, stealth design in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Could we please have a staff report?
Mr. Chairman, this proposal failed to meet the minimum conditional use regulation that no residential use may be located on the property, and as such, a special use permit is required. The subject site does contain an existing residential dwelling. Staff finds the variance for residential adjacency is a self-imposed in nature and will disrupt the continuity found within the surrounding residential neighborhood, and staff is recommending denial of both applications.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, APC Towers. The property is located on the southwest corner of Grand Teton and Jones. It's approximately 2 acres. We are proposing a cell tower. The applicant actually looked very hard in this area for commercial properties, and what I'd like to show you is actually a greater aerial shot of the area. And as you'll notice, the dot is the corner of Grand Teton and Jones, and it is all residential in that area. And so it made it very difficult finding a commercial property in this area to place a cell tower. And the reason the applicant is interested in this particular location is I had them do a little aerial there as well, and what the highlights there is actually the coverage region. So you can see the darker colors, the reds, the yellows, represent where coverage is good. And our property is located right in the middle of those 2 points where it is blue, green, and white in areas where the coverage area is poor. So that is the area that they were targeting to improve coverage for their clientele. With that, with where we're proposing it, the anticipated coverage would increase in that area. As you can see now, the center filled in with that darker reds and yellows. So we identified this property here as one of the potential candidates. Knowing that the sensitivity of a cell tower, regardless of what zoning district, commercial or residential, we held a neighborhood meeting several months ago. We asked our neighbors if this is something they'd be inclined to support in their area. And if so, what type of stealth design would they like to see? We're all very well aware of the pine tree or the palm or something along that nature. What they asked us was, well, you know, this is a very rural area. Can you do something rural in nature? So fortunately, my design team, my client's design team went back and got creative. And what we have submitted now is a water tower, a stealth water tower that we're going to place on the property. If you've been out in that area, you know it would actually blend in nicely with that area. It's very rural in nature. In fact, we're going to camouflage the maintenance portion or the mechanical portion of it with corral type stations, because the perimeter of the property has corrals and an auditorium, or not auditorium, sorry, a stadium for the horses and things of that nature. So this will blend in very well with that. Additionally, the residents asked us to place it in the corner of the property back here off of the street corner where it'd be less prominent. So that has actually triggered one of our variances because we cannot meet the separation between the cell tower use and the residential homes. So because of neighborhood input, we have actually asked to locate it there in the corner of the property. And we did that all at the suggestion of our neighborhood through neighborhood outreach and through several neighborhood meetings. We brought this concept and plan back to our neighbors. Last Tuesday, we had a neighborhood meeting, and I would just note that staff was there, and staff in their backup to that neighborhood meeting represented that there was no opposition to this project. So with that, we do respectfully request your approval, and we do agree with all the, if approved, conditions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Is anyone here tonight to speak on either of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And let me just lead off by saying I never thought that I'd be saying putting a cell tower in would would actually preserve rural standards, but you've done it. I love this. You've heard me say before, we've got to do a better job with cell towers, and this looks fantastic. You got my full support. I'm excited about this.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn?
Yeah, I just wanted to say the same thing. When you said, let's meet and talk about a cell tower, I'm like, oh God, is it a pine tree? And, but really, this sets the bar and it sets the standards for everybody else that comes after you, so thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way, I know your client spent probably double what they were anticipating spending, and that's probably, you know, a sign of things to come down the road, so thank them for me.
And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you pointing it out. That is the case. They spent almost double what a normal cell tower feature would be, but it's important. It was important to the residents, important to the neighborhood, and we wanted to make sure we got it right. So I appreciate your comments and your support.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you.
Beginning with item number 63, VAR 60673. Move to approve.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 64, which is SUP 60674. Move to approve.
Please vote. Motion also carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 63 and 64 are final action, and let's appeal to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Okay. Items 65 through 68 are related. Item 65 is VAR 60941. The applicant is D.R. Horton, and the owner is TB Jack LLC. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 42-foot wide private street where 47 feet is required, to install sidewalks on one side of the street where both sides are required, and to install no gate on a private street where such is required, on the northwest corner of Ann Road and Durango Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 66 is WVR 60942 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 210-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to install no streetlights in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 67, VAC 60943, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 68, TMP 60944, Ann and Durango, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 12-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, although the density is appropriate for the RD single-family residential restricted district, the design of the proposed subdivision does not meet the minimum code requirements for sidewalks on both sides of the streets and for streetlights. For this reason, staff is recommending denial of the variance in the tentative map. Staff is also recommending denial of the waiver request, although is in support of the off-street intersection, but not of the streetlight waiver. And staff also supports the vacation at this location, as that approval would have little or only a minor impact to other developments.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza. In this matter, I'm representing D.R. Horton. If I could get your attention to the overhead, please. As you can see here on the overhead, our project's located on the northeast corner of Ann Road and Durango Drive. As you may be familiar with many major arterials situated just like this, you typically have people coming in for commercial uses on properties such as this. In this instance, what we're doing is this is a city piece of property that is surrounded by county existing RNP, our rural neighborhoods. The RD fits within your category, the zoning that's here already on the property, so you have a tentative map that's before you. What we're proposing is to put in 12 lots on the property itself, and in conformance to the zoning district there for the density itself, it's about 4 acres of property. Minimum lots are about 10,000 square feet. They go all the way up to 16,000 square feet. To relieve some of the intensity on the corner here that you see on Ann and Durango, we have a fairly nice landscaped area here to soften this area for the homes that are going to be backing and siding up to Ann Road and Durango in this area. One of the things that we're asking for is a vacation of the patent easements. The patent easements will be located here along the property lines as I'm showing you. Staff is recommending approval. We're asking a separation distance from our ingress and egress to the intersection of Durango and La Mancha in this area. Staff is also recommending approval. With respect to, we're asking to remove street lights along La Mancha in here. The reason is if you're familiar with this area, as you head north on Durango in this area, there are no street lights, there are no sidewalks. It's a rural neighborhood area. So although we are showing and we'll be building sidewalks on La Mancha, we didn't want to impede in the R&P area here where they have no lights, no street lights. However, there's a condition from Public Works that requires us to put them in the future. There's a condition in there that we got to pay money and put the stub out the lights here in La Mancha, which we will as a condition. It's just that we don't want to put those up because those would be the only areas where you have street lights on La Mancha in that area. The other issue here is it's a small 4-acre piece of property with 12 homes in here. We are providing a private street. We do have a sidewalk on one side of the street here. The reason why we actually have the sidewalk here is because it does connect to where we're building a sidewalk along Durango and Ann. And again, if you're familiar with this area, in this general location, there are no sidewalks or anything to the east of us. There's no sidewalks to the north of us in this area, but on the exterior, we're still going to be doing the landscaping and sidewalks in this area for hopefully future connection in the rural area here. With that being said, we would ask you to approve the approve the applications with including the 2 applications that staff is recommending denial for on the no sidewalks on both sides. And the gate itself, we would accept the if approved conditions. And again, this is something standard that you see in the Northwest of something of a smaller subdivision like this. And if anything, it's a good infill piece of property. You're building here. These are going to be easily starting prices from $400,000 to $500,000. And we are actually going to be buffering this area from the rural neighborhood preservation by being on the corner of Ann and Durango. So this is a good thing coming in for residential homes in this area.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Is anyone here tonight to speak on any of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Let me just say, I like the landscaping. I think because this is an infill property and considering the location, I think that your requests make sense and will make this compatible with the rural neighborhood, and so you'll see my support on these. Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I understand not putting in sidewalks on one side in the interior street. This isn't on the public right-of-way, correct?
No, we're putting sidewalks out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you putting street lights on Ann and Durango?
Yeah, we're going to be required on Ann and Durango.
And, Mr. Chairman, through you, question for Public Works. Could you tell me which condition that is?
The condition for the offsite improvements?
Yeah, discussing the, well, I guess it's just going to be a blanket statement about offsite improvements, not particularly, not going to be specifically about the streetlights. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's condition number 9 of the tentative map, which allows, basically that they have to do all the offsites except for anything approved by the waiver.
Okay, thank you. And I do understand the gate, not having a gate right here. With the fire department, we usually require a 50-foot setback and pretty much eats up half of those first 2 lots. So it doesn't seem to really, wouldn't benefit those first 2 lots. So no further questions.
Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I heard, but I didn't really hear. Are you saying, Mr. Grunow, you are putting sidewalks in on Ann and Durango? Are you?
Yes, on Ann and Durango and also La Mancha, on the exterior that we have the sidewalks. Yes.
So will this be the only development out there with sidewalks on that?
In the, when I say the immediate vicinity, I can't picture further
Right.
going down Durango and Ann, but we don't connect to existing sidewalks that are out there.
And then you're going to have, from previous conversations, you're going to have sidewalks on one side of that Peach
Yes.
Crest Court?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. I would be in support of no sidewalks and no streetlights in that particular area, but I just understand that area. I live in an area where there's no sidewalks and there's no streetlights, and my neighbors don't want that. And so I can respect what they're saying, but if this is what you're presenting, then I'm supportive of it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn?
Ready to make a motion if
Thank you.
everybody's ready. Regarding number 65, variance 60941, my motion is for approval.
Motion is to approve item 65. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 66, WVR 60942, my motion is also for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. On to item number 67, VAC 60943, my motion is also for approval.
Please vote.
And then,
Motion carries.
thank you. And number 68, TMP 60944, my motion is also for approval.
Motion is to approve item 68. Please vote. Motion also carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 65, 66, 67, and 68 will be heard at City Council on November 18th, 2015.
Item 69 is VAR 60444. The applicant owner is Terry R. Helms. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 20-foot rear yard setback where 35 feet is the minimum required, and a 7-foot side yard setback where 8 feet is required for existing additions to a single-family detached dwelling at 800 Campbell Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed expansion will convert the two existing accessory structures into one large primary dwelling unit, requiring all the existing structures to adhere to a more stringent setback requirement for the primary dwelling. The existing structures located along the south and west property lines will remain exactly in the same place and will not expand closer to the neighboring properties. Therefore, the proposal will not negatively affect the neighboring properties. For these reasons, staff supports the request and recommends approval. Please note that additional letters of support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening.
Terry Helms, 809 Upland Boulevard. I'm here for approval.
All right.
I'm just doing the connection between the house and the big garage, and which connects to the little garage, which then goes out to the alley. And that the old garage been there since '64, so I'm not asking to change anything. I'm just making a connection.
You're willing to comply with the conditions that staff's recommended?
Yes.
All right, I'll open this for public comment. Is anyone here tonight on this item? See none, I'll close the public comment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is a very well-kept piece of property, and I'm ready to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, is that your motion?
It's on variance 60444, yeah, approval.
Please vote.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Item 70, VAR 60700. The applicant owner is Van Buren Family Trust. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot rear and side yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed 2,560 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 garage, and to allow an accessory structure that is not aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling at 4858 East Van Buren Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Could we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed 2,560-square-foot garage is composed of corrugated metal siding and roofing and located 5 feet from both the rear and side property lines. Staff finds that there is no exceptional narrowness, shallowness, or shaping of the subject site that would warrant the need for a variance, and as such, staff finds the proposed structure could be located within a site and comply with code. Therefore, the hardship is self-imposed and preferential in nature, and staff recommends denial of the application. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, I am Dan Holt, 1864 Castleberry Lane, Las Vegas.
I'm Paul Holt, 48, owner of the property, 4858 East Van Buren.
To first review the section, the 5-foot variance that we've asked for from the 10-foot recommended by the planning department. The building department told us as we went to the city and asked for directions on this that they were okay with 5 feet. The problem with the property, in the early stages, it had a lake in the back. When it would rain, it would form a lot of water back there that would just stand. And so Paul had some dirt brought in to taper the lot to where it would drain toward the front of the property into the street. This produces a small grade, and in order to move the garage forward would end up right at an area we'd have to bring in some more dirt. Plus, it would just create another 5 feet of weeds and an area to maintain. There is a property on the opposite side of the fence that has built within 2 feet of the property, and here is a picture of it. This map that's on here shows violations all over the place, but that particular picture, you can see at this corner here, you can see that wall. We went over and looked at that property, and it's less than 2 feet from the property line. And it's an apartment-type building, has a church or some sort of religious thing in one section of it. And then there's a number of properties you can see on this map that also have the same conditions. Many properties. I'm sure that maybe they did not apply for permits, or maybe it's been grandfathered, but there is quite a few things in the neighborhood that also fit up against the property lines. So we're asking you to waive the 5 feet. There is nothing behind. This is a large vacant area on the north side of the property, and allow us to put it within 5 feet so that we don't have to deal with this blank area of grass and weeds and things that, and to have to bring in more dirt and regrade the lot in the front. And we have here 27, everybody but 1 or 2, and there was an elderly lady could not get, but we have 27, everybody in the block has signed approval on it, an approval letter. Here is another picture from the street view that will give you an idea of the vegetation that is there and the look from the street. In fact, the whole neighborhood is very well done with landscaping. And what's in the back is in the back. And some people have horses and other things, and garages and whatever, but the view is well protected from the street. I do have a couple of other examples here, but I won't take the time for that now. And so far as the compatibility with the house, where is that one? There is that one. There is a picture here that shows the siding. His intentions were to paint that exactly the same color as the house and to match so that it would look compatible for the neighborhood. And we
I just
do
want
have,
to note that my house is actually 3 foot from my property line.
I'm sorry.
My house is located 3 foot from my property line. When it was built back, the codes were different back then, and it was built in the 50s. So it's closer than my house.
The entire neighborhood is quite rural, and there is a lot of the homes that are 3 feet, 4 feet from the property lines, which were that way many years ago, I guess in the 40s and 50s when they were built. So far as the 10-foot setback, it has not been adhered to all the way through the whole neighborhood.
Anything else?
Well, I have some other pictures of different variations of different places, but we would ask you to respectfully allow us to put it 5 feet from the property and not create a hardship with having to bring in more dirt and having to maintain this extra property in the back from weeds, and allow us on the 5-foot side with the fence to go from 10 down to 5, because he has a boat and a truck, and in order to tow the boat and the truck in and get into the garage, there is a limited amount of space to do it. It's almost too limited, and the extra 5 feet is highly important to be able to maneuver in front of the garage.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment.
Yes, there is one.
Hello.
Hello.
Your name
My
and
name
address,
is Janine. I'm at 4858 East Van Buren, also Holt, in support with my husband. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments. The property, like was brought out, is long and narrow, and so the position of the garage, in order for him to pull in and have plenty of room, is why we placed it in that place also. There are no buildings around us that it's going to interfere with. It is a metal building, it's a steel building, so it's fireproof. And I'm very picky, so it is going to match the house. But Lucinda, did you want to speak?
My name is Lucinda Kirkberg, and I live at 4878 East Van Buren. I've been there since 1978, and I've done some research on this area, and it was purchased from the state in 1895, and it was subdivided in 1955. My house was built in 1957, so that area is very old and very rural. We're a rural preserved neighborhood. We have no street lights, no sidewalks, and we want to keep it that way. And all the properties are acre, half acre, and this garage is not unique to the neighborhood. There's many structures just like it all through it. So I find it appropriate for our lifestyle, and our lots are only 64 feet wide, 300 feet long. So it's really hard to maneuver in there with, with the setbacks that we have. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Can I just ask you where your lot is in relation to the applicant?
Yes, sir. Oh, hers?
Yes.
It is
2 houses over.
2 houses over.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will close the public comment, and we'll discuss this as a commission. Commissioner Trowbridge?
I was just ready to make a motion if there's no discussion.
Commissioner Schlottman, any comments before a motion?
No, yes, just a couple of comments. I mean, looking at the site map, I mean, I met with the applicant, and they substantially represent the same thing as what they represent today. And there are, you can just look at the site map and see that there's other buildings that were built to the property line. Not saying that that's right, and but I don't think this negatively affects that neighborhood. Do you have the neighbor support to the east and west of you?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And do you know their addresses?
4838 to the
Okay.
to the west. The one next to me to the east, that's a rental house. It's vacant right now.
Okay.
They live in Oregon. It's a family, there's 5 siblings, and they're all kind of squabbling over what to do with the property right now, so
Okay.
they couldn't all come together on signing it.
Considering you went out and got all your neighbors' support, and you have that here, and everything else taken into consideration, and that you can't see this structure from the street, I would go ahead and move to approve on item number 70, VAR 60700.
Thank you. Please vote. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, item 70 is final action unless appealed to city clerks within 10 days.
Item 71 is VAR 60774. The applicant owner is Linda Ray Reed for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 13 parking spaces where 14 parking spaces are required for an existing 3,937 square foot parking impaired development at 1610 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed variance would allow the parking impaired development to be utilized as a general retail land use. Staff has determined that the proposed variance is not self-imposed as the provision of an ADA van accessible parking space required the elimination of one of the standard parking spaces. Therefore, staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here on item 71? Hi, come on up. Your name and address, please.
Linda Reed, 3395 South Jones.
Ms. Reed, are you willing to follow the conditions that staff has established on this?
Certainly.
All right. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes. Question for staff. There's no way to impose any regulations on signage since this is an SDR or SUP, and this is just a variance?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, but we could, as we look at these pictures, ask code enforcement to take a look at the signage out there to see if it meets code or not, and ask for some correction where we have signs that don't meet our minimum sign standards.
Okay, thank you. Other than that, I just always bring up the topic of signs every time I see signs that don't look like they're permitted. But I won't talk too much about that and get off subject. As far as the application in front of us today, I have no issue with this, and if there's no other comments, I'd be willing to make a motion.
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, on item 71, VAR 60774, move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 71 is final action unless appealed to city clerk's office within 10 days.
Moving to item 72, VAR 61042. The applicant owner is Javier Chavez for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an 8-foot rear yard setback where 15 feet is required, a 4-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for the existing principal dwelling, and a 2-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing patio cover at 93 Vallejo Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the site is subject to code enforcement action for construction without permits. The applicant has removed, proposed to remove, or reconstructed a number of the non-permitted structures to conform to code requirements with the exception of the rear room addition and the south side yard patio cover. The applicant had expanded their home by constructing without a permit a living room and bedroom within the required rear yard setback, as well as constructing a patio cover that overhangs into the required side yard setback. No evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances has been presented, and that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing room additions and/or a patio cover without permits, and that fails to meet code requirements. Therefore, staff recommends denial. Please note that an additional letter of support has been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening.
Good evening, Larry Sanchez, 7844 Sorenbrook Street. I'm here as a civil engineer representing the homeowner. And we're here to ask for a waiver on the setback. We understand that there has been a notice of violation in regards to the construction. But just for the record, the homeowner purchased this property with this room addition already there. One of the things that makes this parcel a little bit unique is that on the back side of that rear wall, there's a lot of homeless people that are out there on that trail. And one of the things that the homeowner was trying to avoid was having people jump that wall, homeless, and stepping into the backyard of the property. They figured maybe by having a patio cover or the room addition is not a way to deter the homeless, but if they didn't have that space occupied, he's mentioned to me that there's been a lot of cases where the homeless have jumped the wall and jumped in his property and broken windows. And what we're asking for is he's trying to beautify his property in the sense that the room addition is inside the 15-foot setback. Anything less wouldn't give him enough space to do a room addition. The client, though, is willing to meet the side setback dimensions of 5 feet. As we know, it's kind of like at the end of a cul-de-sac where it starts to curve, and the side property wall is at an angle, and he's willing to meet that 5-foot setback by removing the post and the eave. But we're here because he really wants to keep the room addition there, and again, not try and hide anything from the city as far as matching color schemes. He wants to beautify his property. On the other side, he did remove all the other non-permitted structures to meet the 50% rule in the rear yard, and he's cognizant of that. But if you were to see the inside of this room addition, it's really nice. It's up to code standards. We don't feel like there's any fire hazards or anything like that, but we're just asking for a waiver for that rear setback.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the biggest issue I had was on the little patio on the side where it was at 3 feet. You're agreeing to take that down. I didn't have an issue with the backyard because you back up to a highway. And so really, I have no other comments. If they're willing to make a condition or amend this request to meet the 5-foot side yard setback.
Yes, and just for the record, the homeowner is willing to do that. We understand that it's within the 5 feet, and we're willing to make it match the patio cover parallel with the wall. It would kind of taper off into the house, but if that's what's requested, then yeah, that would be fine as long as we keep the rear. There is no, like I said, we don't think it's a deterrent, but when homeless jump back there, we were thinking of maybe raising the wall, but it's kind of like a hazard, so hopefully this will kind of deter that from that happening. And also for the record, that when he bought the house, they started putting up the wall, and the homeowner was telling me that rear wall was encroaching into his property like about 3 feet. So if you can imagine, if he got that 3 feet back, he would probably be looking at about 11 and a half feet, but it wasn't his call. It used to be an old wooden fence, but anyways.
So question for staff. Peter, how do we handle this?
Through you, Chairman. We would add a condition onto the variance stating that the 2-foot side yard setback is not being approved as part of this application. And in addition to that, if you want to place something saying within 30 days the patio cover is to be augmented or removed to conform with code, whichever, you have that option as well.
Okay. And you're in agreement with that?
I'm sorry, so just basically combined for the side setback? Is that what we talked about here? Is that what the?
Yes.
Okay, and then the room addition is okay, it's not a hazard, just the side setback needs to meet the 5-foot rule. Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, if there's no other comments, willing to make a motion, item 72, VAR 61042, to add a condition that the side yard setback shall remain at 5 feet, and a separate condition that they must pull all building permits and have a certificate of occupancy within 180 days, which shall include removing that part of the structure that's encroaching into your side yard setback.
Okay. Before
Well,
we vote.
on a residential, sorry, Mr. Chairman, on a residential, it wouldn't be a certificate of occupancy, they get their final inspection. Just that point of clarification, I think you can probably combine it all into something similar of, as stated, saying that the 2-foot side yard setback for the patio cover is not approved, so de facto, they would have to adhere to a 5-foot setback requirement for the patio cover. And then additionally, condition or add it in that same condition that it either be augmented to comply with code or be removed within whatever time frame you wanted, in this case, 180 days.
180 days.
Okay, so the motion is to approve item 72, subject to the stated conditions. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Item 73 is WVR 60938. The applicant is Blue Marble Development, LLC, and the owner is Sheeran Development, LLC, for possible action on a request for a waiver of Title 19.02 and the Town Center Development Standards Manual to defer half-street improvements, curb, gutter, sidewalks, streetlights, streetscape, and amenities adjacent to the site on Darling Road west of Monte Cristo Road in conjunction with an approved multifamily residential development at the northwest corner of Centennial Parkway and Tenaya Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requested to waive all half-street improvements on Darling Road adjacent to Phase 2 of the approved multifamily residential development on the site pursuant to condition number 14 of the approved site development plan review. This would include sidewalks, curbs, gutters, and streetlights and streetscape on the south side of Darling Road. Such improvements help direct the flow of traffic and stormwater in an efficient manner, and as no extraordinary evidence or circumstances have been presented other than the desire on the part of the area residents to maintain the rural character of the area, staff therefore must recommend denial. Please note the additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza. I'm here representing Blue Marble Development in this matter. As you can see on the overhead, the first thing I want to show you is the property itself. As you can see here, as I'm showing you, this is the property here, which is Centennial Parkway. It's just to the south. You have Tenaya Way located here, which is to the east, and John Herbert Road, which is located here to the west, and further south is a 215 located here. You may be more familiar with the area where you have the Smith Shopping Center and the Target Shopping Center, or over here you have the YMCA, the Centennial Hills YMCA. A few months ago, we came before not only the Planning Commission, but this was also sent up to the City Council. We came to an agreement with the neighbors in the area as a part of our site development plan review for the multifamily development. One of the conditions required us to come back before the city to request to defer off-site improvements along Darling Road itself. As I can show you here, this is Darling Road as I'm showing you, which is adjacent to our property. Just to the north of us in here is County Islands, where you have rural neighborhood preservation areas. You do not have any improvements on the north side of Darling Road. What the neighbors asked us to do is that they wanted to keep that rural. As a matter of fact, I have a drawing here to show you what we've agreed to do with the neighbors along Darling itself. We were to keep this rural in nature. However, we're going to be providing landscaping along our property line with a double row of trees and spacing. So you have 2 rows of trees in the area itself, And then as I can show you in here, in between the trees, we would have an 8-foot-high block wall. This took many meetings with the neighbors. When I stress many, there were many meetings. We had a neighborhood committee set up. We worked with the councilman's office. We came to a resolution, and the resolution was, one of the conditions was to come back and make sure that we deferred the off-sites along Darling Road in this area. However, we were going to be providing all this landscaping, as you can see, of the deal points that we agreed to with the neighbors. So in light of keeping in concert with the approval from the site development plan review, we believe, have an extraordinary circumstance because a deal was done with the neighbors. There was a condition that was put on a previous application. We're just coming through to fulfill that promise and condition. There is a deed restriction that we're required to sign, which would require us to come back in the future and build the full offsites whenever those full offsites are going to be required to be built. So with that being said, we would ask you to approve the application as requested, and I'm here to answer any other questions that you may have with this.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Is anyone here to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and I just want to make sure I understand. If this item is approved and there is a drainage study that requires that you will put in curb and gutter.
Yeah, we talked to the neighbors, and one of the things is if the curb and gutter is required for drainage purposes, that's fine, and the neighbors understand it also. The bigger concern is the sidewalks, the street lights, et cetera, everything else, and the paving that's out there. But if a curb gutter is required through the drainage study to move the drainage itself, we're all in agreement with that.
Okay. You'll have my support on this.
Thank you.
I'll be happy to make a motion for you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Regarding number 73, waiver 60938, I make the recommendation for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Good night, Mr. Gronauer.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at the November 18th City Council meeting.
Okay, moving on to related items 74 and 75. 74 is SUP 61031. The applicant is Crescent Capital Partners, and the owner is Monaco Properties, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a restaurant with drive-through use at 6408 to 6446 North Durango Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And related item 75 SDR 61034 for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review for a 2,795 square foot expansion to an approved 45,447 square foot shopping center in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to enclose the parking garage to be used as a restaurant with a drive-through. The existing building foot and overall height of the existing parking garage remains unchanged. The proposed restaurant with drive-through use is compatible with the adjacent uses and is designed in a manner that is compatible with the existing shopping center. As such, staff is recommending approval of both applications.
Okay, thank you. Before I have the applicant introduce himself, can I get an idea of how many neighbors are here on this item? Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman. Sean Higgins, 9811 West Charleston, here on behalf of the applicant. We would agree with staff's conditions and would ask for your approval on this item.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Seeing none, I will close the public comment. I'll tell you, Mr. Higgins, despite staff's recommendations, I have 3 concerns with this application. The first is parking, the second is parking, and the third is parking. We've talked with some of the business owners, and my concerns are so great that I'm going to ask you to obey this so that we can have some discussions that include you about how we're going to solve some of the parking issues here.
Well, if I could, I'd like to address those this evening.
Please, feel free.
If staff will put this back up, what you're looking at here right now is the top floor. The proposed uses are in the underground parking garage, and I don't know if any of you have been there. The underground parking garage has been utilized absolutely 0% with the current business operations today. This is all the underground parking which sits underneath. We were here 2 months ago requesting a business. All of this parking is underneath, and had you been there, none of this parking is utilized at any time of the day. There are never any cars down here. So the fact of the matter is, we're talking about parking that is not currently being utilized on the site as we have it today. And even with the additions here, we are still overparked by, I believe, 17 spots for the requirements here.
Okay. I'm happy for you to go forward tonight. If you do, you won't get my support on this. I don't know, we'll see how everyone else wants to vote. So I don't know if you're opposed to an abeyance. I just think there are serious enough issues. It would be in your best interest to work those out, both before we vote on it and before you get to City Council, if it goes there. Up to you.
Well, I'd like to get a feel for where the planning commission is before I make that.
Okay.
Obviously, my client is not here today and this evening, and none of the tenants came to my clients and voiced any concern to them at all, and they're the property owners. They didn't hear from a single one of their business operators.
I'm a little surprised that they're not here because there was strong opposition because of the parking. I'll just represent that to you.
And again, I was talking to my clients earlier today. They had not heard from a single one of their tenants.
Fair enough. Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, question for you. What is this, define drive-through for me with this particular property? Like, where are they driving through, and what are they?
If you look, and the thought here is the way the people they're talking to are going to be a coffee house more likely than not. That's who they have not signed any leases, so I can't disclose if there's any lease signed. But basically, they are talking about having a coffee shop is what their intended use is today. But there are no signed leases, so it would be a drive-through that you would normally see at a use like that.
But you don't have which way they would go? I didn't see it.
Actually, yes, there is.
Is that picture, are there cars? The one picture we had cars going in.
Yeah, you would enter. There we go. You'd enter through the entrance from Giuliano, and make that left, I guess would be, and then you'd exit back onto the street there.
You would come in from the back of
So
the
you'd
building.
chew inside of the parking garage.
And it wouldn't interfere with any other business use that's there now, you believe?
Again, Mr. Planning Commissioner, if you look at the top floor, again, the only thing that sits above this currently is the tavern, which was approved 2 months ago, and a hookah lounge. Those are the only two buildings that sit above this site. The other uses, while you can access them from this site, do not use this parking lot extensively. Like I said, there is virtually zero use of this parking structure today as we sit here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. Higgins, that I kind of got blindsided by this because it's an approval, but when my colleague says there's such serious parking problems, I prefer going and looking at it myself, and either that or I would vote with my colleague who is very nervous about the parking, and he's a really good guy. So I didn't go see it. That's all I'm saying. So you wouldn't get my vote.
Okay, well, then I would agree to an abeyance. Like I said, I'm blindsided as well because we didn't hear from a single one of the tenants. So my client and I are both a little blindsided as we sit here today because it obviously sounds to me like the chairperson heard from tenants at this location who are concerned about the parking. And again, I would represent to you, Commissioner Quinn, when you drive there, you're going to see zero cars in this parking structure.
Well, here's then what I would ask you to do. I don't think it needs to be renoticed. Maybe staff will tell me otherwise, but I would ask you to meet with some of the surrounding store owners and also meet with the Mayor Pro Tem on this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, 11.3 is fine. There is no re-notification that's required for this item.
Okay, very good. We have a motion, and thank you.
The motion on number 74 would be to hold it till, when are we holding it till? November 3rd? That's my motion to hold.
So items 74 and 75.
And
motion is
75.
to obey to
Obey
November.
till the November 3rd meeting, and then that way everybody will be worked out.
All right, please vote.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Those items are obeyed to the next planning commission.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
All right, moving to item 76, SUP 60645. The applicant is Nelva Rosas Tapia. The owner is David Robert Brown. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing open-air vending taco cart adjacent to residentially zoned property to have proposed hours of operation from 8 a.m. to midnight, where 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. is allowed, at 4949 East Bonanza Road in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds that the use cannot be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner due to the requested waiver to extend the hours of operation and is recommending denial.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Nelva Rosas. My address is 27 Hickory Street.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jacqueline Lopez, and I'm going to be introducing for my mom.
I need you to state your address too then.
My address is 27 Hickory Street.
All right. And sir?
I'm David Brown, the property owner, address 1011 Morning Sun Way, 89110.
Okay.
This is our family business, and we think that this business is appropriate for that location.
All right.
Okay, as the property owner, I just want to talk to the chairman and the commissioners this evening. I feel there may be a few extenuating circumstances that staff may not be aware of when they came up with their recommendation. This property is located on the far eastern side. I don't know if we can go to the aerial that shows the portion of the property here, but it's way on the east side, and it's fairly intense commercially around all three sides. Directly to the south, there's a Kmart shopping center. Directly to the east is another shopping center. There's actually a bar that's the closest business use to the east. And to the west is a whole string of about 20-plus commercial businesses along Bonanza. It borders residential in the back, but that property in the back has been off and on again childcare facility over the years. So, but I did look online, and currently it's zoned residential, even though it's been childcare off and on. Their intent is to put the taco stand on the farthest corner away from the residential that's way in the far back. The main residence is over 200 feet away. And let me just explain that jet car wash that I built 27 years ago when I was flying jets out at Nellis Air Force Base. This is a self-service car wash that's currently open 24/7. So between the taco stand and the main resident, over 200 feet away, exists 5 bays of self-service car wash open 24/7, followed by 5 bays of vacuum area open 24/7. I've never had any complaints from the resident behind me or any of the other residents that are so far away they're beyond eyesight. Also, from looking online, you sent over 100 flyers out to the residential areas, and what I saw online today is not a single one came back in protest. So with that in mind, I cannot foresee how this family trying to open up their family business on the far corner is going to, in any way, shape, or form, have a negative impact on what's going on there on this property. Be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you. Tell me your name again.
Jacqueline Lopez Rosas.
You did a great job tonight. You should bring business cards and hand them out in case someone wants you to represent them. But at least you should get extra credit from your teacher. So I hope you go back to school tomorrow and tell them what a great job you did tonight. All right. I'm going to close the, well, I haven't opened it for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And does anyone have anything to say about this? Commissioner Quinn.
Oh, no. I personally like it.
Commissioner Slotman.
Question for staff, through you, Mr. Chairman. When is SUP needed for a taco truck versus just being able to have some kind of catering license and go set up shop wherever they want?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, as this is a conditional use and one of the requirements is the hours of operation that they want to deviate from, and that then requires it to be handled through a special use permit.
So it's just that they're wanting to extend the hours beyond 8 p.m. until midnight?
I think so.
That is correct.
Thank you. There's a couple taco trucks in my neighborhood that stay open fairly late, and every now and then I'll stop and get a taco myself. So I really don't have a problem with this, considering that there is pretty intense commercial on all sides of this, and it's at the front of the property, not towards the rear. No letters of protest so far. So anyways, good luck.
I need you to ask your mom if she understands that even with the waiver, that she would be limited to the hours of operation from 8 o'clock in the morning until midnight.
The question that you asked was if she agreed?
Yes.
She said yes.
Okay, thank you. All right,
If there's
Commissioner Creer, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to, so I'm clear, I'm reading this. So usually we go from 10 a.m. to 8 is normal?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, when adjacent to residential, those hours of operation are imposed by the code. To deviate from those, then it requires a special use permit.
But is it, I guess by the wall there is residential, so many feet from residential?
Adjacent to.
Adjacent to, okay. All right. Felicidades, señora.
Okay, motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Item number 76, SUP 60645, move to approve based on some of the testimony that I stated earlier.
Okay,
subject to staff's conditions.
Motion is to approve item 76. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
You're welcome. Good luck. Item 77 is SUP 60808. The applicant owner is K&K Property Management, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 22-unit single-room occupancy residence at 1502 South Las Vegas Boulevard in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this request meets all the minimum special use requirements. Staff finds that it can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing hotel and the surrounding area and is recommending approval.
Thank you, and good evening.
Good evening. My name is Osvaldo Fumo. I am at 601 Las Vegas Boulevard South. I just represent the owner, Mr. Lock Wynn, and I can't believe I have to follow the best speaker of the night who just left.
My name is Lock Wynn, 3117 Single Leaf Circle, and I'm the partner of this business, and we just take over the business from my grandma, and we have been operating this business for a long time under the same condition. So we just would like to ask for the same use, that we have a motel and we have a hostel over there. So we didn't ask for anything else different than we have previously. So really appreciate your approval.
Thank you. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Let me just say, this is an area of urban blight at the moment, and I'm happy to see this here. So you'll see my support on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I agree, and this whole little area right there is starting to improve. So, no further comments. I'll go ahead and make a motion on item number 77, SUP 60808. Move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion is to approve item 77. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at City Council on November 18th, 2015.
Item 78 is SUP 60984. The applicant is Sam Jean. The owner is Charleston Festival Retail, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,520 square foot massage establishment with a waiver to allow a distance separation of 50 feet from a residential zone where 400 feet is required at 6340 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 130 in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Good day, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the subject location is not compatible for the intensity of the proposed use due to the proximity of the subject site to residential property. Therefore, staff's recommending denial. Please note that an additional letter of protest has been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's your turn.
Say your name.
My name is Sam Zhang, address 6340 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite number 130 in Las Vegas, Nevada 89146.
James E. Smith, 7251 Westlake Mead, Las Vegas, Nevada, on behalf of Sam Spa. Your Honor, Mr. Sin, I think that's how he pronounces his name, has owned Sam Spa at that location since September 2013. He operates a reflexology place, and he has done so successfully for 2 years. This property is located at what's called the Charleston Festival, which is at Charleston and Torrey Pines, right across from the community college. A lot of his clientele, in fact, are College of Southern Nevada students and faculty. All he wants to do is he wants to convert his present location into being able to do massage, a lot of chair massage. It's been requested by the clientele. He doesn't want to, change anything other than be able to have massage therapists work for him. He's a licensed massage therapist himself, but because of the ordinances for reflexology are so strict, he can't do anything but that. And quite frankly, when he moved into the C1 location, he wasn't intending to do massage. Otherwise, he would have gone to a C2 location. But, unfortunately, there's a lot of reflexology places and massage parlors along Spring Mountain Road, and there's really nothing over in this area. Now, and I think just from the business he's been doing, there's a need for something like this. His special kind of Chinese massage and reflexology is people find it very healing. They seek him out and for reflexology, and they would seek him out for massage. Now, if you look at the Charleston Festival, I don't know if we have an overview of it. It is located, within the 400 feet of residential. The residential is behind this big structure mall. And, this is a mall that has restaurants, a Walmart grocery store. It has several fast food restaurants. It's a huge location, but the residential is completely cut off from it. We put in our justification letter that there's not going to be any interaction that's going to be detrimental to the residents at all. I mean, this is not like a case where we had earlier where the residents have come out. I know the staff has said there was a letter of protest, but I don't know if that was from a resident or what. But we would ask that this be approved, and if there's any conditions that the staff feels should be put on it, Mr. Sin is willing to abide by those. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment, or any of you here to speak on this item. Come on up. Just by a raise of hands, how many of you are here to speak on this item? All of you that are standing, it appears. How about we limit your remarks to 2 minutes each? You do that?
Certainly.
All right.
My name is Mary Ann Pachowski. I live at 113 Logansbury Lane. I have been a client of Mr. Sam for about a year and a half. He's helped me through some major surgeries and helping me rehabilitate through his massage. It is the most friendly, welcoming atmosphere in his spa. It's a huge asset to that community inside that shopping mall. They are nowhere near residential area. They're in the front of the mall. There's a big Walmart store between them and the residential area. We don't live anywhere near that area. We come to that area just because of the spa. We have started using other businesses in that shopping center because of it. There's a T-Mobile there, that one much closer to my home. I go there now because I go to the spa that often. They are the most ambitious, family-owned business, a certain asset to the community, an asset especially with the college right across the street. And like Mr. Sam said, they are responding to a request in that area for their services.
Okay, thank you. By the way, are any of you here opposing this item tonight? You're all here to speak in favor. All right, I'm going to limit your remarks to 1 minute. Come on up. We have 2 microphones. Will you please line up at both microphones?
Hello, I'm Mike Pachowski, 113 Logansbury Lane, Las Vegas. Also, United States Air Force retired disabled veteran, and I have had to use their business to help alleviate some of the discomfort and pain that I've gone through the years. And I was a medic, and I was involved with massage parlors and that throughout various countries. And I've also worked for the Air Force Office of Special Investigations as a special agent. So I'm aware of some of the downside of when people think of a massage parlor. This service that they render has helped me in many regards. I'm also a foster parent, and wife and I deal with medically fragile children. After I've gone through their therapy, I'm able to get down on the floor and play with these kids. After a period of time, I'm not able to. And because of these people, I can't. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just say before we hear from anyone else, I want to refocus why we're here tonight. We're here because we're looking for a special use permit, because code requires that this type of establishment be 400 feet away from a residential area, and they're asking for it to be within 50 feet. So I appreciate everyone being here to say, great facility, but that's not why we're here. If you want to just say we're all here in support of that, we can note that for the record. What we'd really like to hear is why we should grant this request to, instead of applying the 400 feet, let him be 50 feet away from the residence.
Well,
I'm sorry, I need to hear it, but if it's
Okay.
from them, you'll have a chance
No, I
on
understand.
a reply.
Hi, my name's Mark Katsanis. I'm 2950 South Torrey Pine, Las Vegas. Me and my wife have the State School of Nevada for massage, and they've been students of ours, and they were really wonderful, and we support them for their business in Las Vegas, and we're one of the biggest schools in the state of Nevada, so we really hope that you take into consideration a couple square feet for these people, because they're really well people.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Again, Mike Pachowski again. As I mentioned, I studied, I've been in a I've been in special investigations, and I understand some of the rationale for why you don't want them so close to housing area. There's brick walls that definitely keep them far away. There's a lot of businesses, but these people perform such a service, and they're trying to expand their services so that they can help other people. And this is such a godsend. I've used a lot of different facilities. I have not returned to them. I have returned to Mr. Sam and his family.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. We'll note for the record that we have 5 or 6 more of you that did not speak, but I know you're all here in support of this. So there really wasn't any opposition. I don't think there's any reason for a reply from you. So I'm going to close the public comment, and there may be a few questions, so you can remain at the microphone. Commissioner Quinn.
Mr. Sam, what are your hours of operation?
10 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday to Saturday. On Sunday, we open from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, and is it by appointment only?
Yes.
Okay. You know, it's very rare that I would even remotely consider a variance like this, as your friend said over here, because we always think of the worst when we think of massage parlors and that kind of thing. And the square feet means a lot. You know, that's 50 feet versus 450 feet. I want to hear what my other commissioners have to say, but I have a feeling this is one time where I think I should bend the rule and hear what my commissioners have to say about it, because I have a good feeling about it. So give me a minute.
I have a quick question for staff. Does the 10 to 10 comply with Title 19? As far as the hours of operation? I thought you said 10 to 10.
It's 10 to 10, except on Sunday, it's 10 to 6.
Okay.
So it does comply. Well, on Sunday,
Sunday, 11 a.m. to 6
it's
p.m.
11 to 6. So it does comply, according to the...
19.12.
Mr. Chairman, while staff
while
is
they're
looking that up,
thank you.
To keep from all this dead air, I just will say I could be in support of this. I mean, there's no actions and the backup stating that there's ever been code violations here or anything else. And so, and considering that it is a pretty good distance away from residential as a bird flies, as a crow flies, and from the residential, it's just the way our code's written that you measure from the property line. So for those reasons, I could support this.
So what is it? Is the bird flies or the crow flies? Pick one.
Let's just go, say as a crow flies
All right.
tonight, yes.
Commissioner Cherry?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I can support this application, given the buffer with the large building, the fact that it's an existing business, and the testimony we heard tonight. I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Did we get an answer on Title 19?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed hours are in conformance with the Title 1912's prescribed hours.
Great. Well, with that, let's go with the motion. Anybody? Go ahead.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
I was just going to wrap it up and make a motion. if
Okay,
that's-
please do.
Well, before you make a motion, would you mind if, because I concur with Commissioner Quinn, you think the worst on situations like this when it seems as though we have some very upstanding citizens of our community here trying to operate a business that seems to be a service to the community. So are we able to do a site review maybe in 6 months just to
Yeah.
ensure that
Sure. That's
what
I'm
they're
gonna do.
doing,
Mhm.
they say they're doing, and then they can
Yep.
come back and
I'm
I
gonna
have
go
no doubt.
I'm going to go try them out.
Yeah, yeah, I have
I'm
no
in
doubt.
bad shape. I can't even
I just want to
turn
make
it
sure
down.
that, we have just some ground to.
Yeah. No, it's really with my pleasure that I'd like to make the motion for
Thank you.
approval.
Let's make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay.
I think someone said site review. We're talking about an administrative.
Administrative review,
I'm
that's what I
gonna
meant,
add
yes.
administrative
And,
review to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are we going to do that at 6 months or 1 year?
Well, what I heard was 6 months, so it'd be an administrative required review within 6 months of the final approval.
Yeah,
Okay. The applicant understands that. Okay.
so,
Let's make a
there you go. The motion is for approval of SUP 60984 with an administrative review in 6 months and a visit from me in about 2 weeks.
Motion is to approve item 78. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go to City Council on November 18th, 2015.
I think the director also had a correction to go back on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On item 77, I had mentioned that that would go to City Council on November 18th, 2015. I would like to correct that. Item 77 is in fact final action, and let's appeal to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Very good, thank you. We're at item 79, SUP 610. By the way, I know we've been going another 2 hours. We've only got a few items left. Is everyone okay to push through? How about our great clerks? Yes? All right, here we go. Item 79, SUP 61064. The applicant is Diamond Auto Sales, and the owner is Ramirez Rubio LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed motor vehicle sale used use with a waiver to allow 10,478 square feet of area dedicated to the use, where 25,000 square feet is the minimum required at 1385 North Nellis Boulevard in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed use fails to meet the minimum square footage threshold set by City Council, and therefore the use has been found to be unsuitable at the proposed location. Therefore, staff has recommended denial of the requested special use permit. Please note that an additional letter of support has been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Miguel Hernandez, 7441 Aurora Glow Street. From the location of this lot, there are dealerships that run along Nellis between Washington and Owens. This lot also runs along the same areas. Therefore, there's no major impact in accordance to the general area. We're asking approval for the waiver of the square footage used as an applicant 31 tonight, who was approved for 2,846 square feet.
Good evening. Anything to add?
Hi, I'm Christina. We're requesting, of course, for the approval of our used car dealership. Really, there's no residential areas around. The whole Nellis area, it's all dealerships. We have if you could see right over here, we're not taking the whole partial. If you take a look right over here, we're not taking the whole partial lot. We're just taking the front end of it, which is on Monroe and Nellis, which put us at 10,478 square feet, which is the minimum requires 25,000 square feet. So we're requesting for the waiver.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Jorge Rubio, and I'm on the property, and I'm here to support them on the
Okay.
project.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? If one of you could step back so this gentleman could speak, please. Good evening, sir. Your name and address, please.
My name is Luis Santibanes. I'm Christina's father, and I'm here to hear the approval. And well, this business kind of like a family dream. I've been working for dealerships all my life. I'm engineer mechanic, graduated in Mexico, and I've immigrated to the United States in 1991. Since then, I've been working in the car business, and I know what is right and what is wrong. And the good thing is, I got the support for my daughter and for my son as well, which is here in the courtroom. And I think I put all my enthusiasm in this family business, and it's tough for us, been waiting so long for get the approvals and license here and there. It's been 6 months. We've been paying rent. It's tough. And I come and ask, please, give us opportunity to open the business and be more successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And any commissioners wish to be heard? Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, I read through every bit of my backup last night, and being that item 70, I guess I just didn't see this. I have a question. Why are you just taking the front half, and what's going to be happening with the back half of that lot?
We're not renting the backside of we're only renting the 10,000 square feet, which is the front side of the
Okay, and
The
through you,
parcel.
Mr. Chairman, is that basically from that white fence all the way up to Nellis, or the CMU wall up to Nellis?
Yeah, so just right where that 6-foot wall is at, just upwards, which is put us in the fronting of Nellis. Really, what you're seeing right now, it's the standalone building. It's facing the Monroe area. Right in front of it, where that truck is about to turn, that will be the Nellis area. So we're only renting that 10,000, which is the front of the partial.
Okay, thank you. But, you know, I looked at this area, and right next door, there's mini storage, and next to that, it's commercial, and next to that's commercial, and a trailer, mobile home park. And so with everything else in this area, I don't think it's gonna, you know, cause any harm to have that dealership on that corner, even though it's not meeting the full 25,000 square feet. So if there's no other comments, be ready to make a motion.
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 79, SUP 61064, I'd move to approve based on, subject to staff's conditions, based on the testimony that was just made.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Okay, the last public hearing item is item 80, SDR 60932. The applicant is Western Cab Company, and the owner is Solterra Holding Nevada, LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a temporary parking lot with a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan development standards on the northeast corner of First Street and Hoover Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to utilize 6 undeveloped parcels for temporary parking. The downtown Centennial Plan does permit temporary parking lots for up to 36 months. The site has been previously used as a temporary parking lot for under a temporary commercial permit. However, the last such permit expired on March 2015, and no other further permits are available at this time. In order to continue the temporary use, a site plan review application is required. However, to be approved administratively, the applicant needs to meet the minimum design standards within the downtown Centennial Plan. The applicant is requesting a waiver of those standards to establish this parking lot. As such, staff does not support the waiver request and is recommending denial.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. J.T. Moran III, Moran Law Firm, 630 South 4th Street, representing my family, who's the applicant on this matter, Western Cab Company. We are asking for a waiver of several of the downtown Centennial standards. We're asking essentially to utilize this, as we have for the last year and a half, as a temporary parking lot. You'll remember, going back, say, 3 or 4 years ago, the off-site parking in this area became very, very difficult. In an attempt to work as a good neighbor in this area, considering we've been operating at this location for, I think, over 40 years. My grandfather founded the company with 1 medallion, and now we have 188 medallions, if you can imagine that. We've kind of outgrown the location, but in looking at this lot that has not been utilized for some time, was first planned for mixed-use, high-rise, I want to say a 550-foot structure. We reached out to try to solve the off-site parking problem. This off-site parking problem was pushing a lot of our employees and their cars, all the way to First Friday was the first thing that was disturbed or disrupted by our off-site parking of our employees. So we sought out the property owner, and we asked to utilize their parking lot under a temporary commercial permit for the past year and a half, and we've been operating it as such. We currently just received another bid to refurbish the raft material, which is a recycled asphalt that we're going to be putting down, if approved, of course, by the City Council, along with that emulsion product, and then we're going to restripe the lot. The lot prior to us utilizing it was just undeveloped. It didn't have a fence around it. It now has a fence around it. It now has lighting. Again, we are asking for a waiver of some of the downtown Centennial standards. Off-site parking was a big issue, and we believe that we've solved it with this on-site fix. We also are reticent and understand that this only will last for up to 3 years. That should give us a sufficient amount of time to figure out how we're going to be reconfiguring our business plan after this last legislative session with the Uber debacle. In any event, we wish to be down there. We've been down there as a good neighbor for many, many years. We've operated very profitably down there. We like what has happened down there, but at this point in time, things kind of diverted somewhat after this last legislative session and us having to rethink our business plan and our business model. So with that, we're here to answer any questions. We think that the use could continue as it has for the last year and a half. We're lucky enough to have a lease at that location where we continue to pay monies. And at some future point, we'll know exactly what we're going to be doing with our transportation facility. But as of this moment, we haven't finally gotten our heads all the way around it. We'd ask for your support. It's temporary in nature. We feel like we're being a good partner in the neighborhood. You'll notice there's no protests. There's actually 2 cards in support. I can't remember a project that I had that I was hired on that actually had letters of support in it. I don't seem to get the layups. But in any event, we're hoping that you can support this. I understand why staff is recommending a denial. But we have improved the property. There were 2 things that Commissioner Schlottman had asked, one of which had to do with handicap parking. And of course, we will make sure that when we restripe and we reconfigure the lot, lay down this new product, that we will make sure that we have adequate handicap parking. I think they called for 6. We'd be happy to do that. There was another thing that I discussed with the commissioner as well, and it had to do with parking stops on the exterior of the proposed short-term parking lot. And we have no problems putting those stops in so as if a car was to be left in drive and to pull through the fence, it would run into one of the pedestrians on one of the pedestrian rights of way or in the pedestrian realm. And we're happy to put the curb stops. Those weren't currently there. They're not currently there. They weren't there in the past. But if approved, we obviously would put those in to see if we can continue to make that parking lot the best we can for a short period of time without having to spend too much money.
Okay. I'll open this for public comment. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Commissioner Quinn?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment regarding another cab company that doesn't have the parking like this. It is mayhem. I mean, without this, all your employees, they're dropping people off in the middle of the street. There's people everywhere running around, and I just think that this is an absolute necessity for safety and for just keeping the traffic flowing around there, because in another area where there is another cab company, they just have the drop-off pickup, and it's just a complete disaster. So I would fully support this for another couple of years for you to see what happens next for you guys, because you have to park, you have to have a parking lot. There's nowhere else to go.
There isn't.
It's nuts, right?
Commissioner Cherry.
Mr. Chair, through you, I actually live in the notification area there, and I've met with the applicant, and he's representing everything at this moment that he did at the time we met. And I remember the time before the lot was there, and we were greatly impacted as homeowners at the Soho Lofts building and Newport Lofts building, and this has certainly helped out. And I believe there's one extension of time, if I remember correctly, from staff after the first 3 years that the applicant can come forward on, and then it turns out, if I remember correctly. So it's a good use, and it's a good solution. I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Question for the city attorney. Do we need anything more from him? Because he
As
lives...
long as it doesn't, Mr. Chairman, as long as it doesn't affect the commissioner any greater or lesser than anyone else in the area, and if he can come to that conclusion, he can vote on this item.
Mr. Chair, through you, I don't believe it'll affect my, my voting in any way. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's jump down to Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My office used to be on 4th and Gas, and before this parking lot went into effect, I can tell you it was a little bit more chaotic than it is now. I think it's a great use of the property. I think it supports a business. I think that it's good for downtown, and I'm 100% behind it.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
In regard for the late hour, I'll just say ditto.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Mr. Chairman, I met with the applicant as well, and everything he represented today or during that meeting was substantially the same thing that he met or that we discussed today. So starting to get late. I appreciate the applicant working with us. Hoover, the improvements are in. First Street, the improvements are in. It's just lacking on gas. I understand the position you're in. I understand you're possibly looking at moving out of downtown at some point in the near future. And I told the applicant, and I'm going to put it on the record today, if you come back to us in 3 years and you want to keep it, I probably wouldn't be opposed to it, but I'm going to push to get those centennial improvements put in and completed on gas and that fence. But for now, I can reason with this applicant, and I think I could support it. If there's no other comments, I'm ready to go ahead and make a motion. Item number 80, SDR 60932. I would move to approve, subject to staff's conditions based on the testimony stated today.
Motion is to approve item 80. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at City Council meeting on November 18th, 2015.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Thank you for your evening.
Thank you. Good night. Moving on to Director's Business, item 81. This is an abeyance item, TXT 59551. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas. For discussion and possible action on a request to amend LVMC 19.12.120 sub F to allow off-premise signs that are required to be removed for publicly funded improvements to be relocated onto a different parcel or subdivision lot without a special use permit or variance under certain circumstances, and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, in working with the Nevada Department of Transportation, the City of Las Vegas had been working on relocation of businesses and other uses impacted by the widening of I-15. As part of that, the state asked us to look into our code. Our current code allows an off-premise sign to be relocated when impacted by a publicly funded project on the same parcel, so it can move around on the same parcel to help accommodate spending lots of money to buy billboards when they become condemned. In this case, we had the state came and they had a few billboards that weren't able to be relocated on the same parcel because the entire parcel was being taken, and they asked us to take a look at our code to see if there was anything that we could look at. So this amendment would allow the relocation of qualifying off-premise signs to other parcels along the same publicly funded improvement project, providing they meet the following standards: the zoning district requirements for an off-premise sign, so you couldn't relocate them onto residential properties or into special areas that don't allow off-premise signs. They must maintain a 300-foot distance separation from residential properties, which is the current code. Off-premise sign height does not increase unless view obscured by the elevated freeway or sound wall. So if they're getting moved next to a higher part of the freeway or sound wall, they can get a little taller. The off-premise sign area does not increase over their current size. And the waiver, but it does allow a waiver of the location and separation requirements for the distance from billboard to billboard. The state then made a couple other comments to us. They wanted to ensure that everybody knew that might be affected by this ordinance, that they would not be able to locate less than 500 feet from an off-premise sign. Currently, city code requires billboards along Interstate 15 or US 95 to have a 750-foot distance separation. This would allow those billboards to move closer than 750 feet to another billboard along that area impacted by the publicly funded project. However, they still have to maintain the 500-foot distance separation that's required by federal law under the Federal Highway Act. They have to be 500 feet apart. So this amendment would allow them to move. In this case, if this were approved, the Project Neon would end up with a net reduction of one billboard. So the state would still have to purchase one billboard, and then 2 billboards would move as part of this requirement. So we have 2 billboards moving along the corridor. Staff looked at this for other projects that may come in the future. Billboards are treated special under the Nevada State Revised Statute when public entities have to widen freeways and roadways and purchase billboards. They must pay for the billboard and for the life of the billboard's income. And they're very expensive. In looking at this, the goal was to try and preserve some of those taxpayer dollars for road projects and publicly funded projects where we need to do this. So we've worked together with the NDOT. We apologize for having this on the agenda so many times with no action, but we were working with the state and with our own Public Works Department in order to work out all the fine nuances of this bill, hopefully to get it right. So we present this for your consideration. We are recommending approval of this requirement or this text amendment. Any questions? I'm happy to try and answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment.
I almost feel like saying good morning. Matthew Dushaw, 400 South Rampart Boulevard, number 400, on behalf of Clear Channel. And all I want to say is that we are in support of Clear Channel billboards. And thank you for all the work staff has done.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any questions or discussion? Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you. I have a billboard company, actually, that I'm partners with Conalato Advertising and the airport, McCarran Airport. I'm not sure if those boards are, I do not personally manage boards that are on the I-15 corridor. My partner Conal does. And I'm not sure if those 2 boards, or a couple boards.
Commissioner, just out of abundance of caution, you may just want to abstain from this vote.
What if it benefits me?
Well, you definitely don't want to. You definitely want to abstain from this vote.
Okay. Out of the abundance of caution, I am going to abstain. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for letting us know about that. Any other? Commissioner Trowbridge.
Well, I'll throw all caution to the wind, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Yay. Thank you.
Okay, in regards to text amendment 59551, and make a motion to accept staff's recommendation for approval.
With caution having been thrown to the wind, the motion is for approval of item 31 or 81. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be
Motion
forwarded.
carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be forwarded to City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you. On to item 82, DIR 61171. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas for discussion and possible action on a request to approve the 2016 Planning Commission meeting schedule. And can we see, is that schedule on the screen?
Mr. Chairman, in your backup is the revised draft Planning Commission meeting schedule, so each of you would have this in your supplemental packet.
Would it be possible to just put it on the overhead so we can all see that?
I'll assist you. Is it on the website? The microphone. Now lift your right hand and stand on your left foot.
Yeah.
And Peter, when you say did you say revised or amended?
It was amended. The original one that was published on the agenda reflected November, I believe it was 8th, which is Election Day. This one now is revised to November 1st, moving it up 1 week so that it doesn't coincide with the Election Day.
Okay, I appreciate you doing that, because I would have asked for that to be moved forward to November 1st so that we did not fall on Election Day. So with that, you'll see my support on that proposed meeting schedule. Any public comment? I don't see anyone left in the gallery, so I'll close the public comment. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you.
On item 82, DIR 61171, move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 82. Please vote. Commissioner Creer? No, he did not abstain on this one. There we go. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that is final action. You're all locked in.
All right, lastly, we are to citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. It appears that there is no one to discuss this. I'll close the public comment. Any discussion with the Planning Commission? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.